except during the time when you testify in the case. You are directed to remain outside of the courtroom except when you're called to testify. While you're waiting to testify and after you have done so, you're not to discuss this case or your testimony among yourselves or with anyone else. You may, however, one witness at a time, discuss your testimony with counsel for either party in this case. Any violation of this direction may not only subject you to contempt of court, but may also disqualify you as a witness in this case. I'm going to now ask that you retire from the courtroom until you're called. Certainly, if you have a report or deposition you want to review, you certainly can do that. And I'll advise counsel for each of the parties to advise each of your respective witnesses who are not present at this time of this direction I've given, and each of them shall be governed thereby. So you're free to go, and I'll swear you in once you are called to testify, okay? Counsel ready to proceed? Do you need one last comfort break before we get started?
No, Your Honor, it's ready. Ready, Your Honor.
Okay, and the jury's up? Okay, let's bring in the jury. Good morning. Go ahead and have a seat. Welcome back. Is everyone feeling okay today and able to sit for the case today? I appreciate y'all being on time. We were working on a few preliminary matters to hopefully help things go more efficiently today. Have any of you discussed the case or otherwise done any research on the case since we were together yesterday? Okay. Anyone see anything in the news, TV, newspaper, online, anything since we were together yesterday afternoon?
It came on the TV saying that it was going to be done today.
Okay, sir, and what is your name again?
That was really good.
Okay. So you just saw it like it was on in your home?
It was just a little clip on the news saying that it was proceeding. Basically.
Didn't say anything about the facts of the case, just that the trial was going to be conducted today? Okay. Any concern from state or defense?
Nothing stated.
Any concern?
No.
Okay. Anybody else have anything similar? Okay. Has anything happened since jury selection yesterday that would affect your ability to give your full attention to the trial today and tomorrow? Okay. I'm going to now ask that Madam Clerk swear our jury. If you'll please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn as the jury to try this case.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida and the defendant and render a true verdict according to the law and evidence, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead and have a seat. So there's not any empty seats in that jury box, but there's no assigned seats, so feel free to sit wherever you would like throughout the trial. I'm going to get started with our preliminary instructions. Members of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Sheila Annette Agee. This is a criminal case. Sheila Annette Agee is charged with principal to first-degree premeditated murder. The definition of this crime will be explained to you later. You must decide this case based on the evidence presented and the law that I give you. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of the witnesses, exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else that I tell you to consider as evidence. The state's charging document, which is called an information or indictment, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusation beyond a reasonable doubt against Sheila Annette Agee in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may be introduced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. After the final instructions are given, you will be released to retire and consider your verdict. You will not form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of the case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law that I give you. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. Jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. Jurors must not conduct any investigation on their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. You may not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. This is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. You are also not permitted to communicate about this case with anyone, including your spouse, family members, friends, neighbors, and even your fellow jurors. No communication includes no in-person, telephonic, or electronic communication, such as emailing, text messaging, posting information on social media or a website, or any other form of communication. During the trial, the court may take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. It is important to remember that the prohibition on communicating about this case applies during these recesses, whether you are in the courthouse or elsewhere. If at any time you find yourself in a situation where others are discussing the case in your presence, leave that situation at once and immediately report the matter to the court deputy, who will advise me. You cannot have any cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices in the courtroom. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or your fellow jurors. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had the witness been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case. So approximately mid-morning, we'll take a comfort break so you can use the restroom and get a drink or a snack if you'd like to in the jury room, or if you want to step outside and get some fresh air. I know it was raining this morning when I came in, so but in any event, if you want to go outside, you'll have that opportunity. But if you need a break before we take that mid-morning break, please alert me or the court deputy, Deputy Bear, next to you so you're not uncomfortable, okay? We will also have a lunch break around noon. Have you already made your selections for lunch? Okay. And again, to remind you, during these recesses, lunch breaks, you're not to discuss the merits of the case among yourselves or with anyone else, including the court security deputy who will be with you. And as I mentioned yesterday, if you see the attorneys during the breaks around the courthouse, they will not speak to you and they're not being rude. It's because they're following the court's instruction. All right. One last instruction for you. If you'd like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you're not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You will be provided with a notepad and a pen for your use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the court deputy will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the court deputy will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you do take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than any juror's memory of the evidence. So we have some notepads and pencils. So if you want to take notes, this is what I ask that you do. On the very front page of the notepad, write your name, and then flip over to the second page to begin taking your notes. And then when we do take recesses, you can flip it back over so just your name is on top, and set it either on the bar right where you're sitting or on your chair, and then the courtroom will be secured during the recess, and then you can grab your notepad when we come back. So, looks like everybody's getting a notepad. Looks like everybody has one. Okay. Mr. Meyer, State may proceed with opening statement.
Your Honor, may it please the court, defense counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. If you don't come kill her, you a MF bitch. These are her words to her son, Keith Agee. And that's exactly what he did. It all started August the 11th in the morning, 2023. Keith Agee, her son, received a phone call from a health clinic. That health clinic told him he had tested positive for an STD. He begins texting his mother, who's at work in Pensacola at the Home Depot. He's blaming the mother of his child, Brooklyn Sims. Brooklyn and Sheila Agee worked together. They work for an inventory company. They're based out of Alabama. They were here in Pensacola on that Friday to do inventory at the Home Depot on Davis Highway. Keith Agee gets himself worked up and gets mad about getting an STD. He decides he's going to kill her, kill Brooklyn. Originally, he was going to wait until they got home from Pensacola back to Alabama that night. She texts him. She says, "Don't shoot at my MF car. I don't want to die. Wait till I put her out." She then suggests, "If you're off work, why don't you come over here? You can do it here, where you're not in front of your child." She sends him the address to the Davis Highway Home Depot, and he is on his way. He has his pistol already, drives to Pensacola from Alabama. Just after 1 p.m., he arrives at the Home Depot. He parks next to his mother's car, walks into the Home Depot through the main door, the main entrance, walks straight to aisle 52. It's in the lighting section. This is where Brooklyn was working at the moment, doing the inventory. Walks up to her, shoots her multiple times, kills her right there, aisle 52, just like he said he would. He runs out of the store, gets back in his car, leaves the Home Depot, gets on Davis Highway, throws his pistol out of the window, calls 911, parks his car, and he's taken into custody at the movie theater on Bayou Boulevard. Now, when Keith Agee was arrested, he had his cell phone. Law enforcement did what is known as a forensic download, where they plug it in and they take all the information on the phone off of it. In it, they find the text between himself and his mother. The police get her phone when they go to arrest her for being a principal to murder. They do the same forensic download on her phone. They find the text messages, but on her phone, she had deleted them. Now, you're going to get to see all the texts and hear all the communications between the two. There's much more. You're also going to get to see the surveillance from the Home Depot. Now, the surveillance video doesn't have a camera shooting down aisle 52. But from the surveillance video, you will see Sheila Agee prior to the shooting and what she's doing. You will see her son come through that main entrance. You will see him running out after. You're also going to hear from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. You're going to hear from their firearms examiner. And he will testify, or she will testify, that all 7 shell casings found on aisle 52 that day matched that pistol found on Davis Highway. You're also going to hear her son's DNA, Keith, was on that pistol. Now, this trial should move relatively quickly. I anticipate you're going to hear from just under 20 witnesses. A lot of the evidence you're going to hear is regarding Keith Agee. And that's because we have to prove first that Keith Agee committed first-degree premeditated murder. The evidence will show that Keith Agee committed first-degree premeditated murder of Brooklyn Sims. He was the trigger man. Sheila Agee is charged with being a principal to first-degree premeditated murder. We talked about it yesterday, if you remember, principles. And the judge is going to instruct you on this. If the defendant helped another person commit a crime, then the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person did if the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt 2 things. 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said some word which was intended to and did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other to commit the crime. Let me repeat that. Incite, cause, encourage, or assist the other person to commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not even have to be there when the crime is committed. The evidence will show that Sheila Agee knew and intended for Brooklyn Sims to be killed. And through her actions and through her texts, she did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise Keith Agee to commit first-degree murder. Therefore, under Florida law, Ms. Agee is guilty of being a principal to first-degree premeditated murder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We're not going to argue the case here now. This is our chance to give you.
Mr. Ackerman, you're going to need to speak up.
Can you hear me? Okay. I was told in advance that I have a tendency to not make myself heard, so please, if I do that, just raise your hand if you can't hear me. Okay, this is our chance to give you our statement, our belief of what the evidence is going to show here today. You've heard from the state. It sounds, wow. Argue the case, we'll save that for the end of the case. But what the evidence is going to show is on August 11th of 2023, a heinous, horrible act was committed by Keith Agee, an 18-year-old, full of himself, egotistical, bombastic, and I could go on and on, individual.
Sustained.
The evidence is going to show that nobody on this side, whether it be the defendant, her mother, her son, other son, Jack, had any concept that Keith was capable of doing this. Keith, you'll hear the testimony, was a braggart and no, braggart is the wrong word, just full of blustering. I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill her, I'm going to break their windows out, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, to the point where it was almost, and no one took him seriously. This was him. This was Keith. That's going to be made very clear through the evidence. Now, state starts by saying that this case began on August 11th. Actually, the evidence is going to show that this case began several years before that, and maybe August the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, okay? There'll be texts that you will get, the state will introduce from August 11th, or just that day, the whole day. The numerous texts from that one day. Sheila's at work. She manages about 20 people. She's busy back and forth doing these things. And at the same time, her son is texting her about the gonorrhea. Okay. Now, the evidence is going to show, first of all, this begins with a relationship between two teenagers that goes back several years before that. They meet, they like each other, they have sex, they have a baby, they're living together, they're on together, off together. Keith complains about her constantly. You'll see that in the text and you'll see that in the evidence. She's this, she's that. You'll hear him say, "Mom, you take her side all the time. I wish I were her." The evidence will show that Sheila, defendant, Keith's mother, tries all the time when he does this to assuage him, to calm him down. Son, stop it, you're being this, you're being that. You'll hear from the tapes, and I'm going to quote you a couple of them in a second. So there's more than one quote here, to say the least. There's many, many, many texts. And when you listen to those texts, you will see the evolution of this circumstance, how a mother and a son communicate, and how she's been trying forever to calm him down, to keep him from doing things that hurt others and hurt himself. Now, this teenage relationship evolves to the point where they have the child. Keith's happy as heck. I'm a father, this, that, and the other. Then he's not happy. Then it's this, then it's that. They move in together, they move out together. The baby comes. They're together. It reaches a point where he's thrilled that the baby's here, but then he's not happy because maybe it's not mine. You'll hear evidence. Mom assures him, "Son, it's yours. Stop it." He goes months without seeing the baby or the mother, from what I think the evidence is going to show. We know he goes months without communicating with his mother because his mother's upset with his attitude and everything else. Tests come back. It is his son. He's back again. He's gone again. He's back again. He's gone again. Complaining, this, that, and the other, calling her names, telling Mom what a difficult time. "Mom, will you interfere? She's not talking to me. Will you call her for me? Will you do this for me?" You'll hear texts where, "Mom, will you apologize to her for me? I'm outgrowing all this anger. I'm getting better. I'm good." You have to take all of it. Well, the evidence will show all that. Okay. August 11th, the day that the mom, she gave me gonorrhea. That's the day we're going to focus on for a great deal of time. But before August 11th, there's text back and forth. "Mom, I think she's given me a disease. This, that, and the other. I'm going to get tested." Text back from Mom, "Get tested, son. Stop it. Oh, how could you do this to me? You know, you're nice to effing people, and then they screw you. You know, all that silliness." You'll hear that. Mom has to deal with that. "Son, calm down." You'll see it, the texts. It appears that the tests come back that Brooklyn had a vaginal infection, a UTI. Oh, we're all happy, everybody's happy. Apologize to her mom, this, that, and the other. I'm bigger than this. I'll get over it. Without going into all the detail, the evidence is going to show that that was the last word Mom had, and it was August the 8th. So Mom goes about her business, son's going about his business. Mom's intervened, you'll see, to the extent that she tried to help them get together. Stop texting me about this. You're the parents. You're the ones with the responsibility. Stop acting like children. Stop this, stop that. You're going to hear this. It'll be in the evidence. So August 11th comes along, and it starts up again. Mom's working, trying to manage 20 people. They take the inventory. You heard that from the state. And the texts start coming. Oh, boy. When are you getting home? Well, we're finishing up here. Well, let me know when you get home, because I'm going to see her. Okay. Well, yeah, and he goes on in the text, and I can't stand this, I can't believe it. And so I'm going to, when you get home, boy, I'm going to say, Mom, trying to assuage him. This is the blowhard, tells him, son, stop, Anyway, you'll hear it all. And that's the most important thing in this opening, is to say to you, please pay very, very close attention to the wording in the text, to the nuances, because you'll hear, son, you're gonna kill, what are you gonna do, kill her up there? Say something about, well, then just don't do that. Do it down here. Son, wake up. You'll see this in the text. Conversations go back and forth. And it's very important then you listen closely and slowly to what these texts say. Oh yeah, don't tell your nanny, because she'll just try and talk you out of it. Again, you'll notice from the evidence, from the testimony, you have to make the decision. What does Mom mean with this? At the same time, all of this is back and forth. You better erase your tape, because I don't want to be a part of this stupid conversation. Getting him. Anyway, no argument at this point. You just think about what you hear. Let me, State gave you one quote. The evidence is going to include okay, that's fine. This is Sheila texting him. One of the many that you'll be hearing. Okay, that's fine. You the one have to leave your baby and go to prison and have her hate you. You ain't hurting Brooklyn. She'll be dead. No problems for her. The only person you hurting is you and Casey. She'll be lost her mama and daddy, and you won't even get to touch your daughter again. But I swear to God, I don't care. I ain't going to jail. And again, you'll hear this evidence, and then you'll hear more. Yes, you'll hear text. Yeah, well, when we get there, this is before she says, come do it here. Yeah, when you make sure I don't get shot, pull her out, you'll hear it back and forth. You don't want to shoot me. What does she say? That's up to you to decide. And don't act like you love Casey. And by the way, Brooklyn is the daughter. Casey is the grandchild. And let me stop right here in my opening. I didn't finish actually articulating the teenagers. They meet each other, they have the baby, he's on and off. While all this is going on, and you'll hear this through the tapes, Mama, you take her side. I wish I were her. I wish I could switch with her. You're always taking, no matter what I do, she can't do wrong. And you'll hear from the testimony and the evidence. This is her first grandchild. You'll hear that in the evidence. You'll hear that she and Brooklyn, over the course of these months, have evolved to a mother-daughter type relationship. You'll hear from the evidence that Sheila encouraged her and put her through high school, helped her through high school. You'll hear from the evidence that she helped support her. You'll hear from the evidence that when she had a job at McDonald's, Sheila was the one that would pick her up, bring her to work, and pick her up from home. This is all, you'll see, an evolving relationship between the mother and the mother of her grandchild. You'll hear from the testimony, she gave her money. She gave her family money. She encouraged her. They became very close. You'll hear from the evidence that there was a jealousy on his part. Sheila, like I said, you don't give an F about the baby. I'm getting you the address when I get back. And I'm showing nobody nothing except you got mental issues. Because you're willing to give up your life and your baby daughter's life and hurt your family over a bitch. But don't worry, I'll make sure she know. Brooklyn gave you something that you had to get a shot for, but that you didn't love her enough to give an F about what happened to her. Talking about the baby, Casey. That she wasn't enough for you. Maybe she should have meant more to you, her mama and daddy would still be here. She wasn't important enough, and you just had to prove a point. I promise you, I'll remind her of that the rest of her life. Which she'll probably end up committing suicide, and she'll be with you all anyway. And give me 10 minutes, and I'll give you the address. You ain't close yet. Sheila, I can't wait to get back to that store to give you the address, because you're going to have to shoot me today. But just know I'll be the first MF you see. Sheila, but I hope you ain't stupid enough to think you ain't going to jail, because that's definitely where you're going. Probably best because something wrong with you. You don't need to be around Kaya. That's his sister, her daughter, or Casey. You're going to hear from the evidence. I've just got a few more. That, again, the evidence will show she's not trying to talk him out of killing Brooklyn. She's just trying to calm him down, because the evidence will show she doesn't believe any of this anyway. The evidence will show he's just that way. He blusters, he threatens everybody and everything. But the evidence will show that he doesn't follow through. When he blusters, it's blustering. That's all this is. The evidence will show she never thought he was even on the way. The evidence will show that she called her mother, Nana, Thelma, who raised basically him, and says, your little boy is threatening to kill Brooklyn. They have a conversation, and you'll hear the testimony that neither one of them believed that it's just Keith. It's just Keith. He won't do it. He ain't even on the way, says Nanny. He just came home and had his lunch. He always does it, the same routine. He left. He's at work. He works at the steel mill, not far at all. Couple of miles, couple of minutes away. Sheila goes back to work, she's working, there's more texts. He's not coming. Anyway, back to just the evidence that you'll see. This goes on for a period of 2 hours, starts about 11:30 and ends about 1:15, and then at 1:41 the horrible event occurs. You will see videos of Sheila at work, back and forth. You'll see particularly important video of the time frame that Sheila believed that he would, if he was coming, that he would have gotten there. She goes to the front, paces back and forth for better than a half an hour, either side of when he should get there. He doesn't come. You'll see photographs and you'll be able to make your own determination from them. Finally, you'll see the evidence that she's convinced now he's not coming. Okay, boy. Because if he came, it was going to be confronting her. Because you'll see from the text how she had it evolved to being her. Okay, I can go back to work. And then the horrific gunshots and the turmoil and the horrific results. When you've heard all the evidence here, when you've watched all the videos, the evidence will show that there was no intent whatsoever. There was no plan. There was a young man who, as the state said, built himself up, worked himself up, that self-fulfilling prophecy, that me generation that can work themselves up and commit such a heinous act over such a ridiculous, petty thing. You'll see that it was so silly that it had already been discussed. And what I didn't cover in the evidence, I'll cover very briefly before I sit down, is this was August the 11th. August the 8th, she and Keith go through conversations where I'm upset, this, that, and the other. I've never had something like this before. Well, wait until the tests come in, son, before you do anything. And then the tests come back from her that it was a vaginal infection. And he's relieved, oh, apologize, Mom, and, I'm sorry. I see how important it is for me to behave because my relationship with Casey, the baby. And so you're going to have to make a determination from all of this. What was the intent of Sheila in this? We're sure that when you hear all of that evidence, be very clear to you. Very, very clear to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. Mr. Myers, I'm going to go ahead and read the stipulation instruction. When lawyers or parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the state and the defendant, Sheila and Agee, stipulate and agree that the following facts are true and admissible at trial without the need of any further proof. The identity of the individual found shot and killed inside the Home Depot located at 5309 North Davis Highway in Escambia County, Florida, on August 11th, 2023, and was examined by Dr. Deanna Oleski on August 14th, 2023, was Brooklyn Sims, the same individual who is named in count 1 of the indictment. That's dated August 4th, 2025, signed by state defense and the defendant.
State calls Matt Pike.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
You'll have a seat for me. Make sure you pull yourself up to the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Matthew Pike, P-I-K-E,
Mr. Pike, where are you employed?
Escambia County Sheriff's Office,
What do you do for them?
Communications Manager and Custodian of Records,
And how long have you been with them now?
24 years.
And are part of your duties to be the custodian of records for the 911 calls?
Yes,
And are these calls recorded at or near the time they're made?
they are.
And are these calls maintained in the ordinary course of your business?
They are.
Do you have records of 911 calls being placed August the 11th, 2023,
Yes,
regarding the Home Depot shooting?
correct.
When did those calls start coming in?
They started coming in about 1:21 p.m.
Any idea how many calls were made?
No, there were several calls. I don't remember exactly how many.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1. Recognize State's 1?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's a copy of 2 of the phone calls.
2 of the 911 calls?
That's correct.
And are your initials on there?
Yes,
Have you listened to it?
yes, I have.
Are these accurate copies of those 2 phone calls?
They are.
I'd like to move in State's 1.
Any objection? Okay. They'll be so admitted. Permission to publish when you'd like to, Mr. Myers.
And when were these phone calls made?
Approximately 1:21, and the other one was, I believe, about 1:22, a minute or 2 later.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Mr. Ackerman may have some for you.
I have no.
Is he free to go? Would you like him to remain available?
He's free to go, Your Honor.
All right, sir.
So if I may publish these 1.
You may. And if you need me to do anything here,
There's a shooting at Home Depot? Okay, what's the person look like that's been shot? He was black, about 6 foot tall. He's a black male?
Yes, ma'am.
What's he,
Work clothes,
he, what color clothes?
like, he's wearing work clothes with like some type of roadside,
What color shirt?
gray, I believe.
Gray shirt? Okay, are you somewhere safe?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where are you at?
I'm with my coworkers, and I'm using the inventory signature.
Okay, what's your name for me?
Micah,
You said Micah?
Michael.
Michael? Okay. And where are you in the store right now?
I'm in the employee for Home Depot. Their training room, I think we found
You said a trailer?
a training room.
A training room?
And that was like their office, sort of.
Okay, how many people did you see were hurt?
Just one. I don't understand what happened, but he just walked up and started firing for no reason.
Okay.
I only heard one of the people, and all of a sudden he pulled out a gun.
Okay. All right, we're on the way there, okay? And do you still hear any shots?
You know, ma'am, I watched him run out the door, but I don't know what had happened. make that happen.
What door did he run out of?
The entrance door,
Was there two entrances, or?
there's three entrances, one in the garden, one in the front by the out or inside garden stuff. And there's one at the very end of the store.
Which one did he leave out of, did you see?
Since I just saw the cops running the same exit, he just ran out.
Okay. Okay. All right, we're getting there now, okay, so just stay where you are, okay?
Yes, ma'am, I'll watch the cops run in.
Okay. All right, just stay where you are for now, okay? All right, bye-bye.
Canadian County Sheriff's Office, this is Michelle, how may I help you?
Can I get a police that, what's the address? Hey, go over there, Steve.
Are you at Home Depot?
Receipt.
Are you at Home Depot?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you on Mobile or Davis? You're on Davis?
We on Mobile or Davis.
Okay, what's going on there?
Thank you, Tyree.
Okay, what's going on there? Can you give me any information?
Somebody got shot.
Someone got, go ahead.
Yes. A young female just got shot by a male.
Adult, female? Do you know these people, or they just a random customer that came in?
Yeah. I know the victim.
What's the victim's name?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn?
Yes, ma'am.
There is a victim there. Brooklyn was shot by another male, a female. Okay, do you know where she was shot at, or I don't want to put you in any.
She was shot multiple times.
Multiple shots?
Yeah.
Is the suspect
No
still
response right
there?
now. They shoot my name.
Okay. Is the other half still there?
No, he ran out the door.
Okay, is he white, black, or Hispanic?
He seemed like a
That's
light.
911.
He's African.
He's a light
African American.
skinned male, black male?
Yes.
What was he
Brown skin,
wearing?
African American. It seemed like he had a work uniform on, a light blue button down.
Light blue, do we know which kind of uniform?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just getting information. She's the only victim, I'm sorry.
Yes,
That you
ma'am.
know of? Okay. What is your name?
Jeremiah.
All right, I've got deputies there, Jeremiah. You just stay calm until they get there, or go
Yeah,
inside.
he's right
and
there.
they'll do. Okay, you go talk to him, all right? Thank you.
State calls Samuel Shelley.
Shelley, you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
You will go ahead and have a seat for us. State your name, spell your last name for the court reporter.
I am Deputy Sam Shelley, S-H-E-L-L-E-Y,
Deputy, where are you employed?
currently with the Escambia County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been with them?
just under 19 years.
And what do you do for them?
Currently in the traffic division,
And back in August of '23, what were your duties?
still working in the traffic division.
And were you working August the 11th, 2023?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you respond to the Home Depot on Davis Highway?
I did.
What time?
About 1:20 in the afternoon.
Did you know what you were responding to?
When dispatch first put it out, I believe it came out as an active shooter. And then it got moved to a shots fired disturbance. But at that point, I was already in the parking lot.
What was the scene like when you got there?
It was pretty chaotic. People were still running out of the building. I was only about a half a block away, so people were hiding behind things, people still trying to get to their cars and get out.
Any idea how many law enforcement agencies or personnel showed up?
I believe there was probably about 30 just from my agency, but then Pensacola Police Department sent a bunch, the Florida Highway Patrol arrived. There was a bunch of us.
Did you ever enter the Home Depot?
I did.
And where'd you go?
I actually parked my vehicle and went in through the main entrance on the south side of the building. And then from there, went to talk to some folks at the door, and I ended up making my way to aisle 52.
What'd you find on aisle 52?
Aisle 52 was where a young female was found deceased. She was unresponsive when I arrived. There were several bullet casings in the aisle, and I believe one projectile was in that aisle as well.
Once you observed these items, what'd you do?
At that time, I had everybody exiting the road just to secure it so I could maintain the safety of everything.
Was the Home Depot also secured?
Yes, that was done by deputies and officers, maybe even troopers, after I arrived in aisle 52, because I stayed in that aisle the whole time.
And were investigators and crime scene technicians notified?
Yes, sir.
And this Home Depot location on Davis Highway, is that in Escambia County, Florida?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions. Mr. Ackerman may have some.
All right, you're free to go, Deputy.
Thank
sit
you.
down.
State calls Cortland Penn.
You'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes. You will have a seat, ma'am. If you will say your full name, if you'll spell your first and last name for our court reporter.
Cortland Penn, Courtlyn, Penn, Penn.
Ms. Penn, what is your date of birth?
February 5th, 2002,
What city do you live in?
Mobile, Alabama.
Ms. Penn, I'm going to take you back to Friday, August 11th, 2023. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Where were you working?
Home Depot, Davis Highway, on aisle 52.
Who was the company that you actually worked for?
WIS International.
Okay. And what did you do for WIS International?
It was inventory where we just count everything in the store.
You mentioned that you were on Home Depot, Davis Highway, aisle 52.
Yes.
While you were on aisle 52, what was the first thing that caught your attention, or what did you see or hear?
Well, I seen the guy walk past me, and then that's when the shots went off.
Okay, let me stop you real quick. So you said a guy walked past you, so
Yes.
where were you physically on aisle 52?
And the first bay, as soon as you turn the corner, like on the aisle,
Okay, and were you standing, or were you sitting, what were you doing?
I was sitting.
Okay, and when you first see the male, where does he come from?
I couldn't really see the entrance of the store, so he just came like walking, and then he walked past, and then he came back.
Okay, and who else was on the aisle?
It was me, Brooklyn, and the rest of our car workers on the other end.
Okay, and when you first see the, well, describe the male for the jury.
He was like brown skin, kind of short, kind of like, not tall, but, average size.
Okay, and when you first see this male, what's he doing?
Walking.
Okay, and where was he walking toward?
I guess he was just looking for Brooklyn. He came straight in the store and, walked to my aisle.
Okay, and where were you in relation to where Brooklyn was on the aisle?
I was next to her.
Where did you see the male go?
He walked right past me, so straight past me to Brooklyn.
All right. And when he got to Brooklyn, what did you see at that point?
He really tapped her on the shoulder, and he was like, "You gave me something." And then that's when he pulled the firearm from his pants, like on his waistband.
Okay, you talk really fast. I know you're nervous, just try to slow down. So you see him walk up to Brooklyn,
Yes,
and then you said he tapped her on the shoulder?
yes.
Okay, and then what did you hear him say?
You gave me something.
What did Brooklyn do at that point, if
He just
anything?
she really gave him like a blank look. I didn't really hear her say anything.
Okay, and then, what do you see next?
That's when he pulled his firearm and
Okay.
then proceeded to shoot
Did you see where he pulled the firearm from?
his waistband.
Do you remember what color it was?
Black.
Do you know how many times he shot?
Well, the first 3 shots, I got up and ran. So after that, everything else just went off.
And did you, you said Brooklyn had a blank look.
Yeah,
Did you hear her say anything back?
no.
Could you see at the time of the shooting how were they positioned, Brooklyn and the male?
Face to face.
Where did you run to?
The back of the store, and then a lady pulled me in the bathroom, and then I proceeded to stay in the bathroom.
Was it a lady that you knew?
No.
Did you see which direction the male went?
No. Well, he ran towards the other end of the aisle.
Do you know this defendant seated over here?
Yes.
And what's her name?
Sheila.
How do you know Sheila?
She was like a supervisor for the company I was working for.
Okay. Was she working on the day of the shooting?
Yes.
And what was her job?
I guess to just really make sure that we was just doing everything and getting all the counts in.
Was she like your supervisor?
Yes.
Now, on that day, the day of the shooting, did you see Sheila periodically through your shift?
Yes.
How was she acting?
Some was like regular, and then like towards like the end of the shift, she was like acting kind of weird. Like she really didn't say anything.
Back at that time, what was your shift? In other words, what time did you start and what time did you end?
Like 5 to like maybe 2 or 3
5 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
And on this particular day, were you guys toward the end of your shift?
Yes.
Ms. Penn, while you were working that day, did you interact with Brooklyn?
Yeah, we was talking as we was going like down the aisles, other aisles.
Okay. Did you see her on a pretty regular basis during the day?
Yes.
How was she acting?
Like her regular self.
Did she ever seem scared or concerned?
No.
Nervous?
No.
Those are my questions, Ms. Penn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a few quick questions, young lady. What was your relationship with Brooklyn?
I was just a friend, coworker
At work or socially?
at work.
Didn't know her socially pretty well?
No.
And anybody else at work you were close to, or just basically work relationship?
Yeah.
And you knew Sheila from work?
Yes.
Anything social?
No.
You have any knowledge of Sheila's relationship
No.
to Brooklyn?
No.
Okay. How long you been there? How long were you there when this happened?
Sorry?
How long had you been working there when this happened?
Maybe a couple months.
Couple months. Okay. Did you know Brooklyn had a child or anything like that? You know anything about her personal life?
Not really, but I knew she had a baby.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Jensen, is she free to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
Donna Thomas.
Everybody still doing okay on the jury? You did? Okay. Ms. Jensen, I think we have one juror at least that needs to use the restroom, so I think we might just take a short comfort break.
Yes, ma'am.
At this point, before we hear from Ms. Thomas. So I just want to give you one quick instruction. So we're about to take our first recess. Remember that all the rules I've given you apply even when you're outside the courtroom, such as at a recess. And remember the basic rule. Do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family members, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. Again, you cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. So again, feel free to get to know your fellow jurors, but do not talk about the case at this point. So I'm going to have you step out into the jury room. If you've been taking notes, go ahead and flip that notepad over to where it just has your name on the front, and you can set it right next to where you're seated, either on the floor or on the chair. Anything we need to address before we take a recess?
Did Your Honor turn the microphones off?
I did.
Okay.
sometimes people do that when they're concentrating and listening, and it may not be any, concern, but I will certainly watch that juror for any other matters. Okay. Do we know if the jurors are ready? Okay. Mr. Ackerman, nothing from the defense where you're ready to bring the jury back?
Yes, Your
Okay. Yes, sir. I believe we have Ms. Thomas ready to go. Okay. Go ahead and be seated. And thank you for letting us know. We don't want anybody to be uncomfortable, and if you need a break, just alert us so you can give your full attention to the trial. I just wanted to confirm that everybody has followed the court's instructions and you have not discussed the case, correct? And so I'm going to probably ask you that every time we have a recess, just to confirm it, okay? All right, everybody ready to continue? All right, Ms. Jensen?
State calls Tiana Thomas.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am, I do. All right, Ms. Thomas, if you'll just have a seat, make sure you pull yourself up to the microphone, and if you would state your full name and spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
My name is Tiana Thomas, Tiyanna, last name Thomas.
Ms. Thomas, what is your date of birth?
09/11/02.
And where do you live, city and state?
Chickasaw, Alabama.
I'm going to direct your attention to Friday, August 11th, 2023. Do you remember that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you at work on August 11th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
What company did you work for at that time?
WIS.
What was the name of the store that you were at on August 11th?
Home Depot.
In what city?
Pensacola, Florida.
Toward the end of your shift, which area of the store were you working?
The lighting aisle.
Were there any other of your coworkers on the lighting aisle with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember who?
Not exactly everybody, but I remember a few people.
Okay, who do you remember?
Cortland, Ashanti, me, Brooklyn.
While you were on the lighting aisle, did you see something or hear something that caught your attention?
When I looked up, I did see him standing by her. He tapped her and was talking to her. I didn't hear
Okay.
anything, though.
So let's talk about him and her. So
Right.
who's he?
Keith,
Okay, and what do you see Keith do?
tap her on the shoulder.
Who's her?
Brooklyn, sorry.
That's okay. At the time you saw who you've said is Keith tap Brooklyn on the shoulder, where were you physically located?
The same aisle as her, maybe like 4 or 5 bays down.
And when he tapped her, Brooklyn, on the shoulder, did you hear him say anything?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear her say anything?
No, ma'am.
After you saw him tap her on her shoulder, what did you see or hear next?
I actually looked back down because I just thought he was a customer, so I just looked down.
Okay, and then what's the next thing you saw or heard?
Then I heard gunshots.
How many gunshots did you hear?
I'm not exactly sure how many.
Okay. When you heard the gunshots, did you look up to see where Brooklyn and Keith were?
Yes, ma'am.
And were they facing each other or were they away from each other?
At first, they were facing each other until he shot. That's when she fell to the floor.
And what did you do at that point?
Start running the opposite direction.
Were there other people in the store running?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see where Keith went after the shots?
No, ma'am. I went the opposite direction.
Ms. Thomas, do you know this defendant seated over here, Sheila Agee?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She was a supervisor.
And was she working on the day that Brooklyn got shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see her periodically throughout the day? I'm not talking about Sheila.
Yes, ma'am.
How would you say she was acting?
A little strange, just a little bit.
And what do you mean by that, as opposed to how she would normally be?
Well, she usually was kind of uppity. She would usually direct us around, tell us where to go. But that day, she really wasn't trying to.
Do you remember if you guys were almost done with your shift that day?
Yes, ma'am, we were.
If they were almost done with their shift that day?
Yes.
How often did you see Brooklyn on August 11th prior to the shooting?
A good amount of times, actually.
Okay. And how was she acting on that day?
Like Brooklyn. She was always happy, always smiling.
Did she ever seem scared to you?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem concerned?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem nervous?
No, ma'am.
Do you know what kind of car Sheila Agee drove back then?
It was a big black truck, not exactly sure of the make and model.
Okay. And do you know if Ms. Agee would transport some of the employees to work?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many?
Her truck usually fits about 3 in the back, 2 on the middle row, and then her and another person in the front.
If you will, to the left of you, you should have a picture there. If you'll just flip it over and take a look at that, that's State's Exhibit number 47.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize who's in that exhibit?
Brooklyn.
Thank you, ma'am. Those are all my questions.
Good morning.
And how long had you been working with that firm?
Can you repeat yourself, please?
How long had you been working?
Maybe about 2 to 3 months. if
Okay.
that.
You know Brooklyn,
Yes, sir.
socially or just at work?
Just at work.
Okay. You know she had a child? She had a
Yes,
father
I
to a
did.
child?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you ever seen the father outside of work?
No, sir, not before that.
Ever seen him? You never saw him at work either?
No, sir.
And I guess you'd known Sheila for that same amount of time, 2, 3 months?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's your relationship with Sheila?
She was just my supervisor.
Okay. And do you know her relationship with Brooklyn?
Not really, no, sir.
Okay. Okay. And I think you were testifying earlier, it seemed to you, let me see if I can phrase it, that maybe Sheila was a little preoccupied? Would that be a proper word?
Yes, sir, that's kind
Okay.
of, that fits.
Okay. You ever talk to her about, why she seemed preoccupied? You have any idea?
No, sir.
Okay. All righty. Thank you, young lady.
Any redirect? No, Your Honor. Is she free to go? She is. All right. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. You can step down.
State calls Brittany Bishop.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
If you will have a seat, Ms. Bishop, just make sure you speak into the microphone, and if you will state your name, spell your last name for our court reporter.
Brittany Bishop, B-I-S-H-O-P,
And Ms. Bishop, where are you employed?
Escambia County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
I am a crime scene technician,
How long have you been with the sheriff's office now?
approximately 7 years.
And can you tell the jury what a crime scene technician does?
I respond to various crime scenes where I document, process, and collect items of evidence, and then I preserve them.
And in your time at the sheriff's office, how many homicide scenes would you say you've worked?
I have been the primary crime scene technician, and I have assisted in over 25 homicide scenes.
Were you working August the 11th, 2023?
Yes,
And did you respond to the Home Depot on Davis Highway?
yes,
What time did you get there?
at approximately 1400 hours or 2 p.m.
Was Miss Sims still on the scene at that time?
Yes,
And where was she?
and she was on aisle 52.
And did you go there?
I did,
And did you photograph the scene and the items you located?
yes.
I'm going to show you states 2 through 29. Just take a minute, look through those. Your Honor, may we approach?
You may. About the case, okay? Thank you.
Do I need to step back?
Okay, as I was discussing with counsel at the bench, Ms. Agee, was obvious to the court, and I think the state, and certainly a number of the jurors, that you were overcome with emotion. It became a focal point of a number of the jurors, and I know Mr. Ackerman, your assistant, stepped out, got her a number of tissues, paper towels. You indicated at the bench it was likely because she saw some of the crime scene photos, but we need to keep in mind that it's not appropriate for either Ms. Agee or anybody else out in the gallery to be in a situation where they cannot compose themselves in a way that it's going to affect the jury's attention away from the evidence that's being presented. So Ms. Agee, if that happens again, I need you to let your attorney know so we can take a break and have the jurors step out. Do you need a few minutes, ma'am?
I'll apologize, sir.
Okay, we just want you to have a few minutes to take some deep breaths, okay? And we'll just take a couple minutes, and then if you're ready, we'll bring the jurors back in. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
The other thing I will mention, since we're here, I've watched the juror that was referenced earlier. He's taking notes. He appears to be attentive. I think when he looks down to make his notes, it kind of has the appearance that his eyes are closed, so that may have been, what was observed earlier, but he doesn't appear to me to be of any concern. Anything from state or defense on that juror?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
One more minute, I'm going to run. Be right back.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, are we ready to bring the jurors back?
I am. State.
Mr. Myers, through this witness, are you going to be publishing some
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
crime scene photos? So I'll just make this direction to anybody that's in the audience. As the state's going to be publishing some crime scene photos here, if it's something that you don't believe you can control your emotions, I'll just ask that you quietly step out, okay? So we want to make sure the jurors' attention is solely on the evidence being presented. Okay. Deputy Williams. Go ahead and be seated. As I mentioned earlier, sometimes there are matters we can take care of up at the bench, and sometimes there'll be situations where I'll need you to step back into the jury room, so you'll get your steps in today. Because I know you're down at the jury room down at the end of the hall, but appreciate your patience with that. Is everybody ready to proceed? Okay, you can continue, Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Bishop, states 2 through 29, did you review those?
I did.
And what are those?
Those are pictures that I photographed of the scene and the items that I observed.
And do those photographs accurately reflect the scene as you found it and the items you discovered?
Yes.
I'd like to move in 2 through 29, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
Will be so moved.
If I may publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Ms. Bishop, you'll have a screen there in front of you. If you can tell the jury what we're looking at here, this is States 2.
States 2 is the exterior of Home Depot.
And States 3,
States 3 is showing the numerics of Home Depot, which is 5309 North Davis Highway.
States 4,
States 4 is the exterior door, which is closest to the garden center.
States 5,
States 5 is as I was entering through that door.
States 6,
State 6 is as I entered through that door, showing my directionality to the aisle.
If we continue straight, is that where the lighting section would be?
Yes.
State 7,
State 7 is showing the aisle numerics, which is aisle 52 and 53, and also showing the surveillance cameras located in the ceiling.
States 8,
States 8 is showing aisle 52.
States 9,
States 9 is as we are looking down.
States 12,
States 12 is the various items of evidence I located down the aisle, which I then documented with numbered yellow placards.
are those referred to as photo markers?
They are.
States 13,
States 13 is photo marker number 2, which is a 9mm cartridge casing.
States 14,
States 14 is photo marker 3.
States 15,
States 15 is a close-up photograph showing that photo marker 3 was near the lighting, the solar lighting.
and what is photo marker 3?
It is a 9mm cartridge casing.
States 16,
State 16 is photo marker 5 and photo marker 6.
States 17,
States 17 is showing what photo marker 5 is, which is a 9mm cartridge casing.
States 18,
States 18 is photo marker 6, which is just documenting that it is a 9mm cartridge casing.
States 19,
States 19 is showing that it is photo marker 4.
States 20,
States 20 is documenting that it is a 9mm cartridge casing.
21,
States 21 is showing photo marker 7 and 8.
22,
States 22 is documenting that photo marker 7 is a projectile.
States 23,
States 23 is a photo marker 8, documenting that it is also a projectile.
States 24,
States 24 is showing the opposite end of that aisle, and it is showing photo marker 9.
States 25,
And States 25 is documenting that photo marker 9 is a projectile.
26,
States 26 is showing photo marker 10, and it is documenting that it is 2 9mm cartridge casings.
27,
And States 27 is a closer up photograph of those 2 9mm cartridge casings.
28,
States 28 is showing a defect to the merchandise, which is labeled as A5.
and 29.
And States 29 is a projectile that I located inside that merchandise on the opposite side of the defect A5.
Did you collect and turn in the Apple iPhone black butterfly case?
The black Apple iPhone with the butterfly case was transferred to an investigator on scene.
How many total shell casings did you locate?
I located approximately 7 shell casings.
And did you collect those and turn them in?
I did.
Those are states 30 and 31. Let's start with states 30. What is states 30?
States 30 is exhibit number, or ECSO exhibit number 35. Photo marker 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10. 6 9mm shell casings.
And is that packaging in substantially the same condition as when you turned them in?
Yes.
I'd like to move in states 30.
Would be so admitted.
And if you could look at states 31, what is that?
States exhibit 31 is ECSO exhibit number 70, which is labeled photo marker 6, 1 CCI 9mm shell casing.
And is that shell casing in substantially the same condition, or that packaging, I'm sorry?
Yes.
I'd like to move in states 31, please.
Would be so admitted.
How many projectiles did you collect?
I collected approximately 5 projectiles in 4 fragments.
And did you photograph these fragments at the lab?
I did.
I'll show you states 37 to 42. Take a minute, look at those. You recognize those?
I do.
And what are those?
These are the projectiles and fragments that I located on aisle 52.
And are these photos you took back at the lab?
Yes.
And are they accurate photos of the fragments you collected?
Yes.
I'd like to move in states 37 through 42.
Would be so admitted.
And I don't know if I asked you or if I made it clear, all the shell casings you collected were all 9mm, is that right?
Yes.
If I may publish, Your Honor.
You may.
This is states 37. What are we looking at here?
States exhibit 37 is the projectile I located near Miss Sims' hair.
States 38?
States exhibit 38 is the opposite side of that projectile.
39?
States exhibit 39 is the projectile I located near Miss Sims' head on the floor.
40?
States exhibit 40 is the projectile I located on the floor near her leg.
41?
States exhibit 41 is the projectile or fragment that I located on Miss Sims' shirt near her abdomen.
And 42?
And States exhibit 42 is the projectile I located near Miss Sims' left shoulder on her shirt.
And did you turn these fragments in under this case number?
Yes.
Did you, let me ask you this, were you there when Miss Sims was rolled over?
Yes.
What was located under her body?
It appeared to be a scanning device from Home Depot.
Did you later attend the autopsy for Miss Sims?
Yes.
When was that conducted?
August the 14th
And where was it conducted?
at 5151 North 9th Avenue, which is Sacred Heart Hospital morgue.
And what physician conducted that autopsy?
It was Dr. Oleski.
Were photographs taken during the autopsy?
Yes, by forensic photographer Kelly Root.
Did you collect buccal swabs from Ms. Sims?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what those are?
A buccal swab is a swab conducted from the inner lining of the cheek.
And how do you go about collecting those?
They are they are sterile swabs taken from the inner lining of the cheek. They are then packaged into the sleeve they are taken from and then placed into a manila envelope and turned into evidence.
Are these kind of like long Q-tips?
Yes,
Did you also collect her fingerprints there?
I did.
Were there any projectiles located during her autopsy?
Yes,
Did you collect those and turn them in?
I did.
Can you tell us where and what item number they were assigned?
May I refer to my supplement?
Please.
ECSO Exhibit 41 were fragments from external. ECSO Exhibit 42 was a projectile from the soft tissue left chest. ECSO Exhibit 43 was a projectile from the right arm. And ECSO Exhibit 44 was a projectile from the right wrist.
And what agency offense number were these turned in under?
ECSO 23 OFF 015040.
All right. Ms. Bishop, those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Is she free to go, Mr. Myers? You want her to look?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step down, Ms. Bishop.
The state calls Miss Hannah Sturgeon, please.
Just follow over here for me. You'll raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
You will have a seat for me, and if you will make sure you speak into the microphone, if you'll state your name and spell your last name for our court reporter.
Hannah Sturgeon, Sturgeon.
Ms. Sturgeon, where are you employed?
Pensacola Police Department,
What do you do for them?
dispatch.
How long have you been with the police department now?
About 5 years?
Were you working August the 11th, 2023?
Yes,
And did you receive a call from a guy regarding the Home Depot?
yes.
What time was that?
I have the call printout if I can refer to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Around 1:45.
And does your printout show what time you guys started receiving calls on that?
Around 1:25.
The call at 1:45, what phone number was used for that?
Area code 251-404-3421.
Thank you, Ms. Sturgeon. Those are my questions.
I have
Okay. You can step down, ma'am. Thank you.
Anthony Odom?
Just if you will follow the deputy over there, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
If you will have a seat for me, officer. Just make sure you speak loudly into the microphone, state your name, spell your last name for the court reporter.
Anthony Odom. Last name is Odum.
Mr. Odom, where are you employed?
Pensacola Police Department.
What do you do for them?
I'm a patrol officer.
How long have you been with them now?
Almost 5 years.
Were you working August the 11th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
And did you respond to the AMC Theater?
I did.
What was the address out there?
5149 Bayou Boulevard.
And that's like a movie theater, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what you were responding to?
A 911 call in reference to the suspect from the shooting at Home Depot was wanting to turn himself in.
And what did you see when you got there?
As I pulled into the parking lot, I seen a half-clothed, he was missing his shirt, male walking towards me with his hands up.
Was he by himself?
Yes, sir.
Did he have any items with him?
I believe he had some things in his hands.
What was he doing with those?
He was putting them down upon our request, laying them on the ground.
Did you have other officers responding with you as well?
Yes, sir. Other officers were coming in as I was dealing with the subject.
Any idea how many?
Well over a dozen, probably.
Did you notice anything about his pants?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
They were wet.
Were you equipped with a body camera for this encounter?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you States 35. Recognize States 35?
Yes, sir. That's from my body cam.
Is that a screenshot from your body cam?
Yes, sir.
Is that the individual you guys took into custody?
That is.
Is that an accurate screenshot?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'd like to move in States 35.
There's no objection, it'll be so admitted.
Those are my questions, sir. Mr. Ackerman may have some for you.
Morning.
I have no question. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Is he free to go, Mr. Myers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And if I could just publish 35 real quick.
Okay.
It's behind me. Judge, at this time, I'd like to move in to States 32, which is a certified copy of Mr. Keith Agee's Florida, Alabama driver's license. No objection.
It'll be so admitted.
State calls James Parsons.
And ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to make sure you knew anything that is admitted into evidence during the trial, you'll be able to take back with you when you're deliberating, so that's not the only time you'll be able to see. Okay? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Sergeant Parsons, if you will just state your name, spell your last name for the record.
James Parsons, Parsons.
Where are you employed?
The Pensacola Police Department.
What do you do for the Pensacola Police Department?
I'm the supervisor of the K-9 unit.
How long have you been in, excuse me, how long have you been in law enforcement?
A little over 19 years.
Did you respond to a shooting at Home Depot on August 11th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
When you got there, just give the jurors an idea of what's going on when you get there.
The parking lot was being flooded with civilians as well as employees from the store. There were multiple law enforcement vehicles and personnel arriving and entering the store.
And did, excuse me, did a number of law enforcement agencies respond?
Yeah, I believe all of them.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, was this kind of a all-hands-on-deck type situation?
Yes, it was.
When you first got to the Home Depot, had a suspect been located?
No, ma'am.
And once you got there, what was your duty?
Once I got there, I realized there was already a team inside the building, clearing the building, as well as the sheriff's office beginning their investigations, interviewing people and witnesses. So I left that area and began to circulate for a suspect as we were starting to get information from the surveillance video as far as possible vehicles, descriptions, stuff like that. So I began to circulate the area.
While you were circulating the area, did you find a firearm?
Yes, we had received information from our dispatch that a caller had called in and said there was a gun on the side of the road of Davis Highway. So I responded to that area.
And where was that in location to the Home Depot?
Approximately half a mile north on Davis Highway.
And once you got to that particular area, did you see the firearm?
I did. There was a black handgun laying along the curb line of Davis Highway on the western side of the road.
Were there other law enforcement officers there as well?
Yes, there was.
Once you arrived at that location, where did you go from there?
About that time, they started to relay over the radio a vehicle description of the suspect that he had left in. So I began to start checking parking lots and the surrounding area for that vehicle.
Were you able to locate a vehicle that matched the description?
Yes.
Where?
On Airport Boulevard in the Select Specialty Care Medical Facility, there was a silver Nissan Sentra that matched the description.
Where was that location in respect to the Home Depot?
A little over a mile north and to the east.
Did you stay with that vehicle until someone responded to take it into custody?
Correct. I stayed until the sheriff's office arrived.
Those are my questions. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I have no questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're free to step down. Thank you.
Jennifer Hall.
Everybody still doing okay? All right, good. You can also stand and stretch if you need to. Hopefully those chairs are a little more comfortable than where you were sitting yesterday, so. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you will pull yourself up to the microphone, Ms. Hall, state your full name for the record, spell your last name for the court reporter.
Jennifer Hall, H-A-L-L.
Ms. Hall, where are you employed?
The Escambia County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
I am a crime scene technician.
How long have you been with them now?
13 years, yes.
Were you working August the 11th, 2023?
Yes,
And were you asked to retrieve a firearm on Davis Highway?
yes.
Where was that located?
It was in front of the AMCO on Davis Highway.
Is that near the Bobby Lycus?
Yes, it is.
And what did you find there on the side of the road?
I found a 9mm Glock firearm and a single round of ammunition.
What was the serial number to that 9mm?
It was BWSH 648.
And did you photograph these items?
Yes, I did.
Show you states 51 through 57. Just take a minute, look at those for me.
Yes.
You recognize those?
Yes, these are the photographs of, in front of Davis Highway.
And do they accurately reflect the location and the firearm found?
Yes.
I'd like to move in states 51 through 57.
It'll be so admitted.
And did you collect and turn in the firearm?
Yes.
What item number was that assigned?
Item number 1.
I'll show you states 58.
Yes, this is the firearm that I collected from Davis Highway.
And is it in substantially the same condition, I guess minus the lock on there, than as when you turned it in?
Yes.
I'd like to move in States 58.
Will be so admitted.
Judge, if I may publish,
You may.
Ms. Hall, you may have a screen in front of you.
Oh.
You can tell us what we're looking at here. This is States 51?
Yes, this is the mailbox in front of the business on Davis Highway.
States 52.
This is a overall of where the firearm and the single round of ammunition was located on Davis Highway.
States 53.
This is a mid-range photograph of that firearm and the single round of ammunition, which is marked by that yellow cap.
States 54.
This is a close-up photograph of that round of ammunition on Davis Highway.
And was that a 9mm round?
Yes.
States 55.
This is the 9mm Glock firearm that was located on Davis Highway.
56.
This is a photograph of me removing the magazine from that same firearm.
And 57.
And this is just attempting to photograph how the firearm had it was misfed, it was jammed.
From Davis Highway there, where did you go next?
I went to the IMAX Theater on Bayou Boulevard.
And what was the address there?
The address is 5149 Bayou Boulevard.
And what did you find when you were there?
A gray T-shirt and a cell phone.
Did you photograph those items?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States 59 through 63.
Okay.
You recognize those?
Yes, these are the photographs that I took of the shirt and cell phone at the IMAX Theater.
And did they accurately reflect those items in the location found?
Yes, they do.
I'd like to move in 59 through 63.
Will be so admitted.
If I may publish,
You may.
States 59.
This is an overall photograph of the gray T-shirt and the cell phone in the parking lot of the IMAX Theater.
60.
This is another overall photograph from a different point of view of that same T-shirt and cell phone.
61.
This is a closer photograph of those two items in the parking lot of the theater.
62.
This is the front side of the cell phone in the parking lot of that theater.
63.
This is a photograph of the gray T-shirt in the parking lot.
The cell phone, did you collect that and turn that in?
Yes.
What item number was it assigned?
67.
From this location, where do you go?
I went to the Select Specialties Hospital at 7000 Cobble Creek Road.
What would you observe there?
There was a silver Nissan that was recovered there.
And did you photograph it?
Yes.
I'll show you States 64 through 67. You recognize those?
Yes, these are the photographs of the silver Nissan.
Do they accurately reflect that Nissan and the location found?
Yes.
I'd like to move in 64 through 66.
There's no objection, they'll be so admitted.
State 64.
This is an overall photograph of the front of that Nissan.
65
This is a photograph of the back of the Nissan.
and 66.
This is a photograph of a blue shirt that was photographed through the front passenger side window on the front seat.
67.
This is a photograph through the front driver's window showing that same blue shirt and an ID badge on the front seat.
What did you guys do with the car from that location?
It was towed back to the Escambia County Sheriff's Office impound lot.
And did you later perform a search of the vehicle?
Yes,
And did you photograph that search?
yes.
I'm gonna show you states 68 through 75. You recognize those?
Yes, these are the photographs I took at the impound lot of the Nissan during the search warrant.
And do those photographs accurately reflect the search you did on that Nissan?
Yes.
I'd like to move in 68 through 75.
No objection will be so admitted.
State 68, Ms. Hall, what are we looking at here?
This is the front photograph of the vehicle in our impound lot.
And 69?
This is a photograph of the back of the vehicle and the tag in the impound lot.
70?
This is a photograph from the front driver's side of the blue shirt and badge.
71?
This is the badge with the name Keith Agee.
72?
This is on the back driver's side seat. It's a yellow hard hat and a yellow safety vest.
73?
This is a photograph of the blue shirt from the front seat after it was laid out.
And what does the name badge say?
Keith,
And the company badge?
AMNS Calvert.
State 74?
This is the back side of that same shirt.
75?
This is the safety vest after it was laid out.
Did you later swab the pistol that was turned in for potential DNA?
Yes, I did.
How is that done?
That is done by taking a set of sterile swabs, which are like large Q-tips, applying a couple of drops of sterile water to those swabs, and then swabbing the trigger, the grip, the slide of the firearm.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you turn those in?
Yes.
What item number were they assigned?
Number 5.
Did you also swab that cell phone you collected and turned in?
Yes.
What item number was that swab given?
Number 8.
Did you also photograph some of the items you collected back at the lab?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 76 through 85. You recognize those?
Yes, these are the photos I took of the items collected in our crime lab.
And are those photographs accurately portray those items as you photographed them?
Yes, they do.
I'd like to move in 76 through 85.
There's no objection, they'll be so admitted.
76, what are we looking at here?
This is the cell phone, the front side of the cell phone.
77,
This is a photograph of the back of that cell phone.
78,
This is the firearm and magazine and the one round of the firearm found on Davis Highway.
79,
This is a photograph of the serial number on that same firearm.
80,
This is the opposite side of the firearm.
81,
This is the model of the firearm.
82,
This is the photograph of the ammo that was jammed in the magazine.
83,
This is a photograph of those rounds of ammo after that was removed from the magazine.
84,
This is a photograph of the head stamp on those rounds of ammunition from the magazine.
And 85.
This is a photograph of the gray T-shirt that was recovered from the IMAX theater.
What agency number did you, agency number did you turn these items in under?
The case number was 23-015040.
Were you later asked to collect a buccal swab in this case?
Yes, I was.
Who did you collect that from?
Keith Agee.
And did you turn that buccal swab in as evidence?
Yes, I did.
What agency exhibit number was it given?
Number 79.
Same case number?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 45. Recognize states 45.
Yes, this is Mr. Agee on the day that I took his buccal swab.
Is that an accurate photograph of him that day?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to move in states 45.
You'll be so admitted.
Published in 45. Thank you, Ms. Hall. Those are my questions. Mr. Ackerman may have some.
Okay. Is she free to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. Can I see counsel at the bench briefly? Agee stipulate and agree that the following facts are true and admissible at trial without the need of any further proof. The phone number, area code 251-225-0872, belonged to the defendant, Sheila Annette Agee, in August 2023, and that's dated August 4th, 2025, and signed by the State Defense Counsel and the defendant.
State calls Eric Haynes.
You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
You'll go ahead and have a seat for us. State your first and last name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Eric Haynes, Haines.
Mr. Haynes, where are you employed?
The Escambia County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
I am the officer in charge of the computer crimes unit.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office now?
26 years.
Can you give us just kind of a general background on your training and your education to do this type of work?
Sure, I've got a bachelor's in criminal justice, a master's in public administration, specialized in criminology. I went to the basic recruit school, many management classes, And in the past 5 years, I've gotten major certifications in digital forensics to perform the job that I do.
As part of your duties, do you extract cell phone data?
I do.
How do you go about that?
We have different forensic tools and software that will defeat encryption and passwords and then download the data out of the devices.
What programs do you use?
Several, and relevant to this case, we use Celebrate, a suite of services from them, and then Magnet. We use some of theirs as well. And then Gray Key is a forensic tool to get into iPhones primarily with some Androids.
How do you use these programs to extract the actual cell data?
It can get pretty complex, but in layman's terms, we connect the phone, it tries to make the connection, again, find the password if it can, defeat the encryption, and then pull out the relevant data.
Do these programs also produce a preliminary device report?
They do.
What's contained on those?
The preliminary device report is just like the generic information about the phone, the make, the model, the phone number, its MAC addresses, which is like its specific ID for Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, things like that. Just identifying information, accounts associated with the phone, things like that.
And aside from a preliminary device report, does it also produce or can you also produce an extraction report?
Yes, an extraction report takes everything that we pull out of the phone and then puts it into like a readable format, categorizes it into text, pictures, accounts, notes, things like that.
And I guess in my general understanding, these phones are so large these days, these extractions can be enormous. Is that?
That is correct.
How do you put it down, or how does Cellbrite help you get it into a format that is usable for everyone else?
Well, I mean, pretty much a phone and any computer is zeros and ones. We need assistance to find out what that is. It would literally take a lifetime to go through some of these phones. We had one recently with 6 or 7 million artifacts, and that's still not everything in the phone. That's just what Celebrite deems kind of relevant to the case. So what it does is it's called parsing, where it goes through and it knows in the phone, like, this is where an iPhone will keep its texts. This is where an iPhone will keep its pictures. This is where Facebook should be, and this is where all the messages are. So it reads all that for us. So again, it would be physically impossible. It would take a whole career to go through a phone if you were to read it.
In this particular case, did you receive a cell phone which was ECSO exhibit number 67?
I did.
And did you perform a download of this cell phone?
I did.
Did Cellbrite produce a preliminary device report for ECSO exhibit 67?
Yes, I used Celebrite to create that, yes.
I'm going to show you states 33. Tell us what states 33 is.
This is the preliminary device report for item 67.
And is that an accurate copy of that preliminary device report?
It is.
I'd like to move in 33, please.
It'll be so admitted.
Can you tell us what the phone number for ECSO exhibit 67 was?
The phone number was area code 251-404-3421.
What was the device's name?
The device's name for this was Keith's iPhone.
From your extraction of this cell phone, did you compile a report of text messages to and from that cell phone August the 11th, 2023?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 34. You recognize states 34?
I do.
What is states 34?
These are, this is a subset report of the text from the extraction report that we were just speaking to.
And what phone numbers are communicating here?
The local user, which would be that phone number, is not specifically listed on this, but it would be the one that I just said, the 251 area code, and it is to, you want me to read the phone number?
Yes, sir.
251-225-0872.
And it states 34, an accurate copy of the report of the text messages between those two phone numbers for August the 11th, 2023.
That is correct.
I'd like to move in states 34.
It'll be so admitted.
When you asked the program to do this download, are you manipulating any of the evidence or any of the report?
No, it doesn't change the evidence. We just set the parameters. So like I needed the text for 811. So we just set the parameters and it gives us that data.
Did you also receive ECSO Exhibit 65?
I did.
And did you perform a preliminary device report for it?
I did.
So you say it's 46. Do you recognize states 46?
I do.
What is that?
This is the preliminary device report.
And is that an accurate copy of that report?
It is.
I'd like to move in states 46.
Okay, there's no objection, it'll be so admitted.
What
phone number was associated with this phone?
Area code 251-225-0872.
And this is the same number you just read back as being in the conversation in those texts?
Correct.
Did you look for that, was that phone downloaded and extracted?
Yes, sir.
Did you look for that conversation from states 34 in that phone?
I did.
And did you locate it?
I did.
Where was it?
Where was it in the, it was in the texts of the device.
Had it been deleted?
It had.
When?
I don't have the report in front of me with that exact time, but it was the afternoon of the event, I believe.
Did you also locate some text messages between Brooklyn and that phone?
I did.
I'm going to show you states 43A through 43D. You recognize those, sir?
I do.
What are those?
These are selected text from a report that I created of the text between the two.
And does that report accurately reflect the conversation between the two?
The portions, yes.
Yes. Judge, at this time, I'd like to move in 43A through 43D.
It'll be so admitted.
Mr. Haynes, those are my questions at this point. Mr. Ackerman may have some for you.
Good morning.
I am very unversed in computers and this kind of talk, so if I speak, please try to understand what I'm saying.
Of course.
Okay. My understanding is you've Exhibit 34, these were texts that you downloaded between Keith and the number that was 251-225-0872.
Correct.
That would be Sheila. I don't know if we've gone, okay.
I believe so, yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to be interested later on in text that were between Keith and Sheila from, most importantly, August 3rd to August 11th. Okay. Did you have occasion to download those two?
Yes, they were all downloaded together.
Okay. So what do you do with those texts once you've downloaded them in relation to your relationship to the state? Do you send them to the state?
Yes, the state has the,
Okay. So the state has 811, and they also have 8-3 to 811.
they should have the whole report with everything that I got out of the phone.
Okay.
Yes,
But you did download that. It is available. It's been done.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Again, I don't want to use terms, so I think for now, I'm satisfied that the state was furnished by you as part of your investigation and your role in all this. Basically, the totality, well, you answer this. How much, from when to when, if you recall, did you download?
The entirety of the phone, sir.
Okay, and do you have dates, times as when that would be? I mean, is it from day one of the phone?
From, yeah, whatever the, not necessarily, and it's semantics, so forgive my forensic speak, but anything that was in the phone, stored in the phone, would have been in that report that Cellbrite pulled out of it. So as far back as the conversation was recorded on the two phones, that's what would have been on the full extraction report.
Boy, I don't know that I understood that.
Okay.
As far back as the conversations between those two people?
Between the
Those two
two phones and then what was recorded. So if I could give you an example,
Please.
maybe help you. So me and my mother could have been chatting for the past 15 years. Our current phones might not have all 15 years of that on there. But it could go back one or two phones or even further depending how they were transferred to my current phone, if it was the same make and model, things like that. So whatever was on the phone between the two of them would have been in the Cellbrite reports that were provided.
And I'm trying to imagine, let's say either one of their phones was older than the other, went back further, and there were many other conversations. Does this program just pick out the conversations between those two numbers? Can you do that? Can you program it to do that? Is that?
I couldn't program it to do that, but that's what would be provided. Only what's saved on the phone is what I can pull out of the phone.
Okay. Again, I'm not sure I understand, but the bottom line is you did pull out the conversations between Keith and Sheila going back at least from August 11th to the beginning of their conversations.
Correct, that was in the full Cellbrite report, yes.
And, okay. Just in case I might need you later, can you give me a number I can get you out if I need you back?
Of course.
We're not going to put that on the record, Mr.
Oh,
Ackroyd.
okay.
We can get that at another time if you.
What I just called the sheriff's department?
I'm sure the state attorney could get a hold of me. I'll stay dressed all day.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any redirect?
Briefly, Judge. You indicated just a second ago, Mr. Ackerman, that only saved text messages would be recovered, but you indicated you recovered the deleted text messages off of Ms. Agee's phone. How do you get deleted text messages?
Well, saved, deleted are all normally looked at as user terms, like they deleted it or they saved it. I was speaking as what the phone's operating system decided to do, as far as saving it somewhere in the memory, not actually a user doing that.
So if I delete a text on my phone, there's a possibility you could still recover it.
Absolutely,
And that's what happened in this case.
yes.
Now, you indicated that you couldn't recall the time that it was deleted. If I showed you previous testimony, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, yes.
You may.
Just read it to yourself, see if that answers it.
Yes, in previous testimony, I was reading it off of the report. Do you want the date and time?
Yes, sir.
It was the afternoon of the event at 1:59 PM.
Those are my questions, Your Honor, but you remain those in.
Okay. Lieutenant, I'll ask that you remain available, and again, do not discuss your testimony with anybody.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're free to step down.
Judge, we're out of witnesses.
Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time to take our lunch break, so this will be a longer break. I estimated to have lunches here closer to noon, so it may just be a little bit before your lunches arrive. But this will give you an opportunity, again, if you'd like to step outside. I'm not sure if it's still raining or not, but if you want to get some fresh air, stretch your legs a little bit. You also, if you'd like to, you can get your cell phones out of the lockers and look at your phones. I just want to caution you again, you cannot look up anything about the case, but if you need to check in with your family or work or something like that, just make sure when we come back in after lunch that your phones are turned off or on silent so we don't hear them ringing down the hall during the trial. And again, I want to remind you, at this point in the proceedings, you're not permitted to talk about the case. Again, you can talk about work and family and kids, grandkids. My last jury talked a lot about upcoming college football season, so if you have a team you cheer for, things like that are all perfectly acceptable to talk about, but again, do not discuss the facts of the case at this time. So what I'm gonna ask is, looks like a lot of you have already turned your notepads over to that front page, and the courtroom will be secure during our lunch break, and you can just set that right where you're seated with your pencils, and we'll be in recess, and again, lunches should be here shortly. Okay. Any word on lunches? Not yet. Okay. All right. Again, I expect the lunches to be here in the next probably 20, 25 minutes. Anything we need to take up before?
here regardless because of her, so.
Yeah, they'll be here regardless.
Agee states present, defendants present with counsel. Any matters we need to take up before we bring the jurors in and continue with the evidence? Okay. Our court clerk was just inquiring about what time we may start tomorrow, because I think they're trying to get the dockets out. I mean, certainly we're moving through the evidence pretty efficiently, so I don't know if we need to start quite as early if you wanted, but we can do 8:30, whatever works for y'all. You want to just do the same as today?
No.
Oh, you don't? Okay, I thought that's what you were saying.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'll take that extra 15 minutes.
Oh, okay, well, we can do 8:45 and 9, if that works better for y'all.
I think that would be great.
Okay.
9 o'clock would be great, sure.
Okay. Okay. All right, so we'll do 8:45 court personnel, just in case there's any brief matters, and then 9 o'clock for the jurors, and just start trial. Okay. That was all that I had. If there's nothing else, do you have a witness that's here and ready?
Yes,
ma'am.
Okay. And nobody needs a comfort break before we?
And just so that Your Honor is aware of the rest of the afternoon, Ms. Kirkland, Annabeth Ritchie, and Jennifer Wilkie publish after that the Home Depot surveillance, which is a little over 18 minutes.
Okay.
So I'd like to get through those if we can, and then take a break, because Lionel Martinez's testimony will be a little lengthy. And then we'll close with Dr. Leslie.
Okay. And as far as Carl Jordan's, are you just going to play that on the screen through
Yes,
a
ma'am.
video? Okay. All right, that sounds good. Okay, Deputy Williams, we can bring in the jurors. Okay. Any issues with the jury? They go outside a lot? Okay.
Jury's in the box, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Did y'all have a nice lunch?
Yes, ma'am.
Today, New Yorker Deli, that's always a favorite. Good. Okay, excellent. I'm glad y'all enjoyed that. Did you get a chance to step outside for a little bit? Is it still raining? Yeah, I think it looks like we're in store for that most of the week, so, and everybody continued to abide by the rule, correct? Got to know each other a little bit, but have not talked or discussed anything about the case, correct? All right, so we are going to continue with the state's evidence. If you had a Coke or a tea or water or whatever during lunch, and you feel like you need to use the restroom before we take a break when we've kind of planned to, again, let us know. We don't want you to be waiting, thinking the break's coming in 5 or 10 minutes and you're uncomfortable, Okay, so just let myself or get Deputy Bear's attention and we'll break. All right, everybody's ready to proceed? Okay, Mr. Myers, if you want to call your next witness.
Chris Kirkland?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. We'll just have a seat. If you would state your first and last name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Okay, Christine Kirkland, Kirklin.
And where are you employed, Ms. Kirkland?
With Florida Department of Law Enforcement here in Pensacola.
What do you do for them?
I'm a senior crime intelligence analyst.
And what does that entail?
We assist our FDLE special agents along with our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners with analytical requests that aid in building their case file for an investigation. We attend on-scene search warrants. We conduct employment backgrounds. We do financial analysis as well as historical call analysis.
How long have you been with FDLE?
I've been with FDLE for 10 years.
Now, you're here in the state of Florida versus Sheila Agee. What were you asked to do in this case?
I was asked to analyze some phone records for, I believe, the phone number of the defendant. I'm drawing a blank on his name.
You're talking about Keith Agee?
Keith Agee, yeah.
What did you examine in putting together a presentation?
His historical phone records from the phone company. They are received under court order, and we get all of the phone records, and we go through those, analyze them.
And what do call detail records consist of?
Well, they have the call time and the duration, whether it's an incoming call or outgoing call, the dialed number or the calling number, the cell sites that are accessed, as well as any cell site sector. You can get text data, internet data, and they also include key records to help assist reading those documents.
And what kind of training have you had specific to cell detail records?
Well, I have over about 500 hours of training on cell phone analysis.
How many times have you analyzed cell phone records?
Probably 600 separate phones.
Can you describe for the jury the basic process of what happens when a phone call is made with a cell phone?
Your cell phone is always aware of the nearest tower. You see it in the form of signal strength. Those little bars on your phone represent the connectivity between your phone and the tower. So when you want to make a phone call, basically a radio wave is transmitted through the phone at the speed of light until it reaches the nearest tower and tells it that it wants to do something.
Will it always connect to the tower that gives the best signal?
Yes.
Is that necessarily the closest tower?
No, not necessarily.
What types of factors come into play with that?
Weather's a factor. Rural areas, tall buildings and trees, tower overload due to a high traffic area, any of those factors can affect it reaching the nearest tower.
For this case, did AT&T provide you with the records needed to plot this data?
Yes.
And prior to today, have you reviewed that data?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 86A through 86F. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a demonstrative aid that I created for the trial.
And And is that an accurate copy of the demonstrative aid you created?
It is.
I'd like to move in states 86A through 86F.
If no objection, will be so admitted.
For these records, what time frame did you concentrate on?
I believe it was from 8 a.m. till about 3 o'clock in the afternoon,
What date?
August 11th of 2023.
And what was the phone number of the records you examined?
251-404-3421.
Did you plot the locations provided in those cell records?
Yes, I did.
Did you know the location of the homicide ahead of time?
Yes, I did.
Now, are these points on your maps, are these like pinpoint locations like GPS?
No, this is cell tower information that is included in the records, in the AT&T records. They provide their cell sites, and then we're able to go into a system where they're all collected as per every phone company is collectively supposed to do, and to get any of those addresses, which I always, look at on a map just to make sure they're all cell towers there.
You should have a screen in front of you.
Okay.
86A, is this just your title page?
Yep.
86B, what are we?
We're just looking at that is AT&T call and text detail records for that date and that phone number.
86C.
Okay, so this is the calls that I mapped. There's a series of outgoing and incoming calls that connected to this cell site at 1370 Railroad Street in Calvert, Alabama. I was asked to map the address there at Fairford Road in Calvert. And these are several outgoing and incoming calls, with one that I see noted that went to voicemail at 9:57 a.m.
And so these 5 calls all hit off the same cell tower?
Yes.
86D, what are we looking at here?
This is a series of incoming and outgoing text that connected to this AT&T cell site on Railroad Street in Calvert, Alabama.
And that's the same site?
That's the same cell site.
86E.
Okay, so again, the Fairford Road address is mapped, and the Home Depot in Pensacola, Florida. And then an incoming call that connected to the cell site in Spanish Fort at 12:43 p.m.
And 86F.
These are a series of 2 outgoing calls connecting to AT&T cell location on East Royce Street. Again, the Home Depot is mapped, and I mapped the AMC Theater address of the arrest location. With 2 outgoing calls, one at 1:44, and then an outgoing call to 911, also at 1:44 p.m.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kirkland. Those are my questions.
Okay.
Mr. Ackerman may have some.
Okay.
Okay, is she free to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step in. Thank you. You can leave that right
Okay.
there.
State calls Dana Beth Ritchie.
You can just come right up here, Ms. Ritchie. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat for us. If you'll just say your full name, and if you will spell your first and last name for our court reporter.
My name is Elizabeth Ritchie, Elizabeth Richey.
Ms. Ritchie, where are you employed?
I work for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement out of the Tallahassee region, and I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section.
How long have you been with them?
I've been with FDLE since 2007.
What does a senior crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section do?
My primary responsibilities as an analyst is to function test firearms, make sure they're functioning properly, and if they aren't, try to figure out why not. And then I'm asked to compare fired components, so things like cartridge cases, bullets, and shot shells, to suspect firearms to try to answer the question of, did these items come from this particular gun? If no gun is available, then I'm asked to try to determine how many guns may have been used in that particular situation, and if possible, give investigators a list of guns to look for.
Your lab, you indicated, is in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
What kind of education, training, or experience do you have to do this type of work?
Well, first, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Marine Science from Jacksonville University. That's what allowed me to get my job. And then when I promoted to the analyst position, I went through FDLE's 18-month analyst training program. The first year of my training is spent basically in bookwork and practical exercises. It covers the history and development of firearms, firearms identification, ammunition. It included tours of firearms manufacturing plants, as well as a couple courses outside of FDLE at that time. Once the first year was completed, I spent the next 6 months working supervised casework. And that's where I worked actual cases under the direct supervision of a qualified analyst. Once all of that was completed, I was free to begin working my own cases as a qualified analyst.
Can you explain to the jury the different components of a cartridge or a round of ammunition?
So an unfired round of ammunition is a cartridge, which many people often refer to as a bullet. But it's a cartridge is made up of 4 components. You have the cartridge case, which holds the whole unit of ammunition together. You have the primer, which provides the spark. You have the gunpowder inside the cartridge case, and then you have the bullet or the projectile that's designed to hit a target. So if I'm speaking of bullets, I'm actually speaking of the item that's designed to hit a target.
How do you go about comparing one cartridge case to another?
If I receive just 2 cartridge cases, then I will start with an inventory of those cartridge cases. I will start by taking a look at their class characteristics. Class characteristics are characteristics that are predetermined by the manufacturer. So for cartridge cases, that could be something like the shape of the firing pin. There's multiple shaped firing pins out there. And then it might also include the shape of the firing pin aperture or the hole that the firing pin comes out of in that gun. These are characteristics that can show up during the firing process on that cartridge case. So if I'm looking at these 2 cartridge cases and taking a look at the class characteristics, and the class characteristics don't agree with each other, then that's an automatic exclusion and I can eliminate them and I don't go any further. But if the cartridge cases agree with each other, then I will then move on to looking at their individual characteristics. Now, the individual characteristics comes from the cartridge cases or the bullets interacting with the interior surfaces of the firearm. There are random imperfections on the interior surfaces of the firearm that can transfer over to the cartridge case during the firing process. So when that firing pin strikes the primer, it leaves an impression in the primer. Any defects that may be on that firing pin can transfer over to the primer and leave marks. Similar as if you take a ball of Play-Doh and stab your finger, you can potentially see your fingerprints or any scars you may have on your fingers. What's also happening as that bullet is pushing down the barrel, the cartridge case is also slamming backwards against the breech face of that firearm or the part of the firearm that supports that cartridge case. So again, any defects that are on that cartridge case can transfer, or on that breech face can transfer to the cartridge case. Now these random imperfections are unique to the gun. So if I have 2 cartridge cases, I will put them on my comparison microscope. A comparison microscope is a set of compound microscopes. They're side by side. They're linked by an optical bridge with one set of eyepieces. And that allows me to look at these 2 items side by side under the same magnification. So what I'm looking for is the set of repeating defects that may be showing up on these cartridge cases from the firing process. Depending on the amount of information that may be on those cartridge cases will determine what kind of conclusion I may come to during my examination.
Now, is this a similar process for fired bullets or
Ye-
projectiles?
Yes.
Now, if you have the firearm in question, how do you go about that analysis?
I will start with a visual and a mechanical inspection of the firearm. I want to make sure that it is safe to fire and that it should be functioning properly. So I'm taking a look at all the safeties, seeing if there's any potential dangers that may potentially cause me a hazard to fire. If the gun appears to be functioning properly and should be safe to fire, then I will test fire it in our laboratory range. I test fire into a water tank. That allows me to collect as pristine an example of test-fired bullets from that firearm as possible. And then I also collect the test-fired cartridge cases. So I will start with that. I will collect the cartridge cases, and then I will examine my test fires to one another. I know that they were fired from the same firearm because I had just fired them, but I want to make sure that the cartridge cases actually have enough information to support that they were fired from the same firearm. So I will examine my test fires first, and then I will conduct the examination of the knowns to the unknowns and come to a conclusion based on what level of agreement I may see in the information on the unknown to the knowns.
How many firearms would you say you've examined?
Thousands.
How many cartridge casings?
Thousands.
Same with the projectiles.
Yes.
Have you testified to your findings before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 135.
And does that include Escambia County, Florida?
Yes.
We're here on the state of Florida versus Sheila Agee. I want to start agency number ECSO 230FF015040. Did you receive agency exhibit number 1?
Yes.
What was that?
That was a 9mm Luger Glock Model 19 Generation 5. It's a semi-automatic pistol.
What was the serial number on that?
The serial number is BWSH 648.
I'm going to show you states 58. I want to verify that's the firearm you examined.
Yes, it is.
And what round magazine did that firearm have?
This magazine had a capacity of 15 cartridges.
Did you test fire that weapon?
Yes, I did.
Did it function properly?
Yes, it did.
Did you also receive agency exhibit numbers 35 and 70?
5, 70. Yes, I did.
Take a look at those for me. Are those the casings you examined?
Yes.
Did you compare your test fires to those exhibits, agency 35 and 70?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results there?
That it was my opinion they were identified to the pistol.
Did you also receive agency exhibit numbers 41, 43, and 44?
Yes.
What were they?
41 was a fired bullet jacket fragment and an apparent lead fragment. 43 and 44 were both fired bullets.
Were you able to determine if they were fired in that same Glock 19?
Yes.
What was your opinion there?
The bullet jacket and the 2 bullets were fired from that particular firearm.
Did you also receive agency exhibit 42?
Yes.
What was that?
Those were 2 apparent lead fragments.
And were you able to determine if they were fired in that same weapon?
No.
Why not?
They are of no value for microscopic comparison. They're just lead fragments. Most bullets are made of a lead core and then an outside with a jacket of some kind. So the actual core never comes in contact with the surface of the barrel on the inside of the firearm.
Did you make a report of your findings?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 91. Do you recognize States 91?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a copy of my report that I authored.
And is that an accurate copy of the report you authored?
Yes.
I'd like to move in States 91.
It'll be 7 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Ritchie. Those are my questions. Mr. Ackerman may have some. Thank you for the education.
Okay.
You can step down. I believe you're free to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
State calls Jennifer Wilkerson.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat, Ms. Wilkerson. Just make sure you speak into the microphone. State your full name, spell your last name for the court.
Jennifer Wilkerson, Wilkerson.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you tell us where you're employed?
I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the biology and crime scene sections.
And what are your duties as a senior crime laboratory analyst in the biology section?
I examine items of evidence for the presence of body fluids like blood or semen. I will also be asked to swab items for skin cells left behind from the person that touched or wore that item. I will then take that on and develop a DNA profile. And then I'll compare that DNA profile to other DNA profiles in the case.
How long have you been doing this type of work?
I started work at FDLE in 2006.
Can you tell us a little bit about your education, your training, your experience to do this type of work?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the College of William and Mary. I have a master's degree in biomedical sciences from Eastern Virginia Medical School. I have a master's degree in forensic science from Virginia Commonwealth University. And I completed the approximate one-year program at the time with FDLE in serology and DNA training.
Where is your lab located?
Here in Pensacola.
And is it accredited?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury just on a basic level what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's your genetic blueprint. Kind of like the blueprint for your house is going to tell you which room's the kitchen and which room's the bedroom. Your DNA is ultimately going to tell you what color hair you have, what color eyes, and how many fingers and toes. And you get half from your mother and half from your father.
Is DNA unique to every individual?
Yes, with the exception of identical twins. That's why they look alike.
Do you leave DNA on everything you touch?
No, not always.
What kind of factors go into leaving DNA on something you touch?
So it depends on the person themselves. It could be like if they're sweaty, they're more likely to leave DNA, but if they just wash their hands thoroughly, they may not because all the loose skin cells may have already fallen off into the sink. Also, the item they're touching can determine whether DNA gets left behind or not. If it's more absorptive or rough, it may scrape off more cells or hold on to them better than, say, a smooth object.
Are there any environmental factors that go into leaving DNA suitable for comparison?
Yes.
What type?
So weather can affect DNA's longevity on an item. So if it rains, obviously it could wash it away. Humidity causes bacteria and fungus growth, which will eat or destroy DNA. The UV light from the sun can destroy DNA. And obviously if somebody tried to clean DNA up with, say, like bleach or other cleaner, it would destroy the DNA.
Can DNA be wiped away?
Yes.
How many DNA profiles have you developed?
I have run over 20,000 samples through DNA.
And how many comparisons would you say you've done?
Thousands.
Do you perform statistics as part of your analysis?
Yes.
Have you testified to your findings before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Over 200 times.
And does that include Escambia County, Florida?
Yes.
All right, we're here on the state of Florida versus Sheila Agee. Were you given some items in this case to work?
Yes.
I want to start with ECSO agency number ECSO 230FF015040. Did you receive agency exhibit number 79?
Yes.
What was that?
It was buccal swabs from Keith Agee.
And were you able to to develop a complete DNA profile.
Yes,
Did you receive agency exhibit number 8?
yes.
What was that?
I was swabs from a red iPhone with case from an IMAX theater.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile on this?
I developed DNA results, but they were not interpretable. There was too little DNA there to get interpretable results.
Were you given agency exhibit number 7?
Yes.
What was that?
Oh, is that FDLE, exhibit number 7, sorry, agency 5?
Yes.
Yes. That was swabs from firearm with magazine.
And what serial number?
The serial number was BWSH648.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile off of this?
Yes,
And did you compare that DNA profile to Keith Agee's DNA profile?
yes.
What were your results there?
The partial DNA profile from the firearm and magazine matched Keith Agee.
And as part of your statistics you performed on there, what weight did you attribute that?
So I give statistics to show you essentially the weight of the match between the two. And the statistics was the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Keith Agee than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual.
And just to put this into context, what's the current population of the Earth?
It's around 8 billion.
Is this the highest statistics that FDLE will report?
Yes,
Did you create a report of your findings?
yes.
I'm going to show you states 92. Do you recognize states 92?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the report that I generated dated December 4th, 2023.
And is that an accurate copy of that report?
Yes.
I'd like to move in states 92, please.
Will be so admitted.
Thank you, ma'am. Those are my questions. Mr. Ackerman may have some.
So she's free to go.
Yes, ma'am.
You can step down, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, we next would call Carl Jordan, whose testimony is perpetuated.
All right, today is July 29th, 2025. We're here in the state of Florida versus Sheila Agee, case 17-23CF3379. Present is the state attorney, assistant state attorney Trey Myers, and assistant state attorney Bridget Jensen. The defendant, Ms. Sheila Agee, and her attorney, David Ackerman. The witness is Mr. Carl Jordan. Sir, if you'll raise your right hand, you swear to tell us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
State your full name for the record, please.
Carl Layman Jordan,
Is Carl with a C or a K?
a C,
And excuse me, would you spell your middle name?
Laymon,
And what is your date of birth?
11/13/78,
Where are you employed?
Home Depot.
How long have you been with Home Depot?
Just over 20 years at this point, probably 20.5 years.
What are your duties with Home Depot?
So I'm the district asset protection manager. I deal with everything from environmental stuff to theft, fraud, the inventories, those type of things.
What about video surveillance?
Video surveillance, yes, yes.
Are you assigned to a specific location or region?
I'm assigned to a district. My district number is 133. I handle everything from Panama City to Mobile, Alabama.
Are you familiar with the Home Depot on Davis Highway and Brown Lane?
Yes.
How often do you actually work in that store?
I visit that store between 1 to 2 times a month.
And was that the same back in August of 2023?
Yes.
Back in 2023, did you have a company that did your inventory?
Yes.
What was the name of that company?
WIS.
And can you give just a brief description of what WIS or WIS did for Home Depot?
Yeah, so it's an inventory accounting company. They come in, they basically count all the product in the building and give us an accurate count of what we're supposed to have from an inventory perspective.
Approximately how many WIS employees would be in Home Depot on any given day?
Depending on the size of the store and the amount of product that's in that building, the amount of sales and stuff, there's anywhere between 1622, 1624 associates. Sometimes maybe a little more, maybe a little less.
And what shift do they typically work?
They're a morning crew, so they normally start counting right around 5 o'clock, 5:15 in the morning.
Do they normally take a lunch at some point during their shift?
Yes.
Do you know if some of the employees with WIS carpool together?
Yeah, a lot of times what they'll do is they actually will travel in a van together as a group, especially when it's kind of out of town type work. I'm not super sure about personal cars, like if they carpool together in a personal vehicle, but I do know a lot of times they will travel as a group in a van or such.
Do you know this defendant seated over here to my left in the red?
I do.
And who is that?
Her name is Sheila.
And how do you know Sheila, this defendant?
Sheila worked for WIS as a supervisor.
Does the Home Depot store on Davis Highway have video surveillance?
Yes, it does.
And did it have video surveillance back in 2023?
Yes.
Can you explain for us how that video surveillance worked? In other words, does it record? Are you able to download it?
Yeah, so the video does record. It records 24 hours a day. It has a retention somewhere around the 5-6 month mark. All the video, you can take different clips, different angles of the video, compile it together. You can burn it to a CD, flash drive, thumb drive, and a hard drive.
I'm going to direct your attention to August 11th, 2023. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
And were you physically in the Home Depot on Davis Highway on August 11th, 2023?
Yes.
What was the first thing that made you realize something was amiss?
I was sitting in the train room and I heard a couple pops, like pop pop, but being in a retail environment like such as Home Depot, it's not uncommon to hear some noises. But then you could start hearing like yelling, like kind of like, I want to say almost like screams, coming from out on the floor. At that point, I got up from the break room. There was actually an associate that ran by. He came in. There were people that were running through. An associate came through. He's like, "There's a guy with a gun," and we sat there for a second. I was like, "What?" And then he's like, "There's an active shooter." So I ended up grabbing the associates and the people that I could, took them to an exit there on the north side in the train room. That particular door has a 15-second delay, so we're at the door trying to get out, but you can't. And then you turn around and there's all these customers that you don't know, like running towards you. The door ends up opening and we end up going out.
Was the scene itself, how would you describe it?
It was chaotic, absolutely chaos.
Did law enforcement arrive relatively quickly, or how long did you rush it?
Yes, they did. Given the situation, they arrived what I felt was fairly quickly. I mean, sometimes in those situations, time moves a little bit differently in your head, but I do know that they were there quite quick.
Okay. Once law enforcement arrives and things calm down, did an investigator or a law enforcement officer request video surveillance?
Yes.
Were you able to download different angles of the store relevant to this incident?
Yes.
Aisles 52 and 53, is that the lighting area?
In that particular store, yeah.
Okay. Are the actual aisles covered by video?
There are certain aisles covered, those are not covered.
Have you reviewed the downloaded video that you provided to law enforcement before your testimony today?
Yes.
You'll take a look at State's Exhibit 87 and just see if you recognize it.
I do.
Are your initials on that exhibit?
They are.
And is that a fair and accurate compilation of the different angles of video surveillance from Home Depot on Davis Highway, August 11th, 2023.
It is.
At this time, I'm going to move states 87 into evidence.
Let me take a quick look, please. Oh, that's the, no objection.
Mr. Jordan, who is in that State's Exhibit 87, the video compilation, who is the female that the cameras are focused on or following?
Sheila.
And there's like a tablet or some kind of gadget that she's holding as she goes to the store. What is that, if you know?
Those tablets are actually used by their team to count product, verify, things like that. We actually use them for verifications, but the sole purpose is for inventory accounting. It's just one of the pieces of equipment they use.
You also should have in front of you State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize that?
36.
36?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And is that just a still shot from the video of a black male entering the store?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you should also have State's Exhibit 47.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that a still shot from the video of a black female WIS employee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And now you also should have State's 48 in front of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that also a still shot from the video?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize the individual in State's 48?
I do.
Who is it?
That is she.
Okay. So at this time, I would move States 36, 47, and 48 into evidence.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
No objection.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
You mentioned that there were no cameras on 52, 53. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any way that Sheila would know where cameras were over?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. I have no further.
No regret.
Judge, so for today's purposes, the state would move into states 36, 47, and 48. 47 was previously identified by Tiana Thomas as the deceased Brooklyn Sims, and also 87, which is the video surveillance.
It'll be so admitted, there was no objection previously by counsel.
And permission to publish.
Granted.
For the record, this is states 36. This is states 47. This is states 48. And we will play the video in states 87.
2.2.
Yes, ma'am.
Members of the jury, you are about to view or have viewed a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and consider this evidence. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next witness, the state in Pensacola, is going to take a little bit longer, so we thought this would be a good time for an afternoon break, so you can use the restroom. Again, if you want to step outside and get some fresh air, just let the court deputy know. Again, that same instruction that you cannot yet talk about the case, so go ahead and flip your notepads over if you've been taking notes to that first page with just your name, and you can step back into the jury room. Myers back and get started. Mr. Myers?
Well, just briefly, Judge, Mr. Ackerman has shown us some text messages he potentially wants to get into in his case, and he had talked about questioning Investigator Martinez on that. Our obvious objection is that it's outside the scope of what we would be talking about on direct. And if he wants to open something in his case, obviously he can do that, and Mr. Martinez can, I'm sure, make himself available. Right. We started reading through them at lunch. We haven't gotten through them all. Hopefully we'll finish that tonight and have a better idea of any objections in the morning. But I'm just talking about for purposes of this afternoon.
Okay, so the text messages that you were provided are text messages other than the ones that you all introduced earlier today?
Correct, Judge. Mr. Ackerman's office emailed them to us, I believe, yesterday at the end of the day. So we obviously have been in trial all day, so we've not had a chance to read through them. We got through them, some of them at lunch, but we just haven't had a chance to read. I mean, there's a ton of text.
Right.
And we just haven't had a chance to look at the ones that he, thinks he may want to use. We'll look at them tonight after trial, may not be a problem. But I was letting Mr. Ackerman know as well, our witness is only prepared to testify to the exhibits that we have shown him. So if Mr. Ackerman starts asking him these questions about these other text messages, I don't feel like he's going to know the specifics of what Mr. Ackerman is going to be talking about.
Okay.
And again, we haven't had a chance to review them, whether we believe they're relevant or we should object or what have you. So I would like that the first time that we hear these not come out of our witness without us having a chance to look at them.
Mr. Ackerman?
If I may, Your Honor, I believe we sent them over last week, Friday, Thursday. That's number one. Number two, I believe we spoke about them either earlier last week or the week before. Number three, these are texts that they have had since day one. We were going over and over the text and other things they sent us. We, quite frankly, didn't know how to open it. We figured it out Thursday, Wednesday, and we immediately let them know that we planned. Well, once we saw them, we figured out how to open it. We saw them, we said, my God, these are extremely relevant. State, they're opening. This case begins on August 11th. It doesn't begin on August 11th. It begins for them on August 11th without our client having, without saying what these very relevant. They say that August 11th, there was a text from Keith to Mom. She gave me gonorrhea. Well, August the 4th, there's a text from Keith to Mom. She's given me, I've got this burning. She's the last person I was with. And there's conversation that mirrors or that precedes the August 11th conversation that couldn't be more relevant to the facts of this case and our defense. They've had this all this time. Now, granted, my naivety and I have a office manager, paralegal, pretty good with computers, but he couldn't open it. We had somebody else just take a look on a log, and there it is. So all they have to do, I would imagine, for them to print out these nice colored pictures that they do of the text, all they have to do is press a button, and the machine will print it out. I don't know how long it takes. Again, my naivety, but what does it take? We printed out they come in two forms from this Cellbrite company. They come in the form with each little box, and then they come in the form where they print it right out for you. So we pressed a button, and it printed out. And so, yeah, well, send it to us when you get a chance. So send it, we sent it.
Well, it looks like there was discovery sent Friday, August 1st. It's just transcript of text communication. I don't know if that's what this is. And then something that was amended yesterday.
My office is shaking their head yesterday.
August 4th was another amended reciprocal discovery of amended transcript of text communication. So that may be what they're talking about that you sent less than 24 hours ago to the state.
And again, it prints out in 2 minutes, and it's about a 20-minute read.
Okay.
Okay, and again, yeah, yesterday was corrected, and there was a few spots where the names were wrong, or just supposed to who did it. And anyway, I didn't mean to cut you off, Judge.
No, so this is my position on it. The state is going to call Investigator Martinez, and you can certainly cross-examine him based on what they ask him about. And then if you want to call Investigator Martinez, in your case, he's still under subpoena, then we can make sure we have contact information for him, and when you present your case in chief, you can certainly do that.
And my question to the court is, and it's good that we have this discussion, because I'm going to cross-examine him, and I'm going to ask him what role he played in creating all this.
As long as it's not outside the scope of the direct examination, Mr. Ackerman.
And then I'm going to ask him, did you read the August 11th? Did you read August 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th? And if he says,
If he says no, then that's what it ends.
okay, if he says no, I'm going to ask him why not. He's an investigator in this case. A person's charged with murder, and he's giving us a piece of the pie. Why didn't you? Let him answer yes, well, I don't care, I didn't know it, but I want the right to ask that question. And then if I...
Okay, my ruling remains the same, is you can cross-examine him as long as it's within the scope of the state's direct examination. Otherwise, you can call him as your witness later today or tomorrow.
Last thing I want to do is disobey the court's rule. But I want to make sure I understand. In conjunction with what he is going to be testifying to, he's going to be testifying to August 11th. And I'm going to ask him...
Okay, Mr. Ackerman, I can't make a ruling on something that has not occurred yet.
I just don't want it to be...
I don't know what his testimony specifically is going to be because I haven't heard the state's questioning of him. And if I have to make a ruling at the time and they object, then I will address it. But again, it's basic rule of procedure. You can cross-examine him about what he testifies to on direct. If it's outside the scope, they're going to object, I assume, and I'll make a ruling.
Thank you.
But, you know, if you want to call him and ask him specifically about messages that the state hasn't introduced, then that's going to have to be done when you present your case.
Judge, and I'm gonna say this one more time.
Yeah.
We may agree.
Right.
We may not have a problem with them. We just would like the opportunity to go back through them. I understand he says we've had these since the beginning of the case. We've had boxes since the beginning of the case. We don't know every single minute detail, so we'll review them.
Okay. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything? Okay. The jury's ready, Deputy Williams? Okay. Let's bring the jurors.
truth about counsel.
Please be seated. State present, defendants present with counsel. Is everybody ready to proceed? Okay. Ms. Johnson.
State calls Lionel Martinez.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, ma'am.
Investigator Martinez, go ahead and have a seat if you would. Make sure you speak into the microphone for us and state your full name, spell your last name for the court reporter.
Sorry, here you
If you'll just state your name.
go. Lionel Martinez, Martinez.
And will you spell your first name for us, too?
Lionil.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Escambia County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Escambia County Sheriff's Office?
I've been there 11 years.
And what about prior to that?
I was employed in the state of Georgia as a law enforcement officer for 17 years.
What do you do for the Sheriff's Office?
I am an investigator in major crimes.
Were you assigned to investigate a shooting at Home Depot on Davis Highway?
Yes,
And did you actually respond to the store on August 11th, 2023?
yes, ma'am.
When you first got there, where did you go?
I went into the store through the entrance and I went to aisle 52.
And when you went to aisle 52, what did you see?
Laying face down in the aisle was a black female. She had dark black pants and a dark colored shirt, which is navy. And I saw some gunshot wounds or defects in her arm, her side. And then, like I said, she was laying face down and the blood was pooling around her.
While you were at the Home Depot store, did you request video surveillance from Carl Jordan?
Yes,
And was he actually able to provide you with the video surveillance on that day?
yes, ma'am.
Within a short amount of time that afternoon, was a suspect taken into custody?
Yes.
And who was that?
Keith Agee.
Were you advised that a firearm was located as well?
Yes.
And what about a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where was the vehicle located?
The vehicle was located at specialty, or select specialty care.
So the Home Depot, the location where the firearm was found, the location where the car was found, and then where Mr. Agee was taken into custody. Are you familiar with all of those areas?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they all within close proximity to the Home Depot on Davis Highway?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
You should have in front of you State's Exhibit 88. If you will just take a look at that and see if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are there different areas that are highlighted on that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Is it a fair and accurate map of the various areas of interest pertaining to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would move States 88 into evidence.
Will be so admitted.
And permission to publish?
Granted.
You should have, if that screen is easier to see for you. So can you just give the jurors an idea of what the different pinpoints are, starting with the Home Depot?
So the Home Depot is located right next to I-110.
Okay. And if I'm highlighting this green area right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then just north of that Home Depot is the Bobby Likas Auto Care, where the firearm was recovered in the roadway.
Okay.
So the intersection, if you make a right-hand turn, that is going to take you down to the Select Specialty Care, where the vehicle was located in the parking lot.
Okay.
And then south of that location is the AMC IMAX Theater, where the suspect was taken into custody.
In between where the car was located and where Mr. Agee was taken into custody, is there water in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where's that?
It is located in Cycle Specialty between if you are going south, there's a little wooded area like a ravine retention pond.
Now, on this same day, August 11th, 2023, did you make contact with Keith Agee?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
At the sheriff's office.
And you should have in front of you State's Exhibit number 90. State's Exhibit 90 is in front of him. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that just a screenshot or a still shot of Mr. Agee at the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it depict how Keith Agee looked at the time you made contact with him at the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Judge, at this time, I'd move States 90 into evidence.
You'll be so admitted.
And permission to publish?
Yes, ma'am, granted.
For the record, that's State's Exhibit 90. Now, there was some testimony earlier that perhaps Mr. Agee's pants were wet. Was that from the creek or the water, or he hadn't urinated himself, is my point?
No, ma'am, he had not urinated himself.
Okay. Now, while you spoke with Mr. Agee, was he cooperative with you?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Did he give you his cell phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he also give you the password to it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you seize his cell phone when he was taken into custody on August 11th?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you have the contents of his cell phone downloaded?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that by Eric Haynes?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, once the information is downloaded, what do you do with it?
We analyze the information. We look through call logs, text messages.
And what were you looking for specifically in Keith Agee's phone?
Through the text messages.
And while you were looking through those text messages, what did you find, if anything?
A communication between Keith Agee and his mom, Sheila.
And after you had a chance to review those messages between Keith Agee and his mother, Sheila Agee, did you later make contact with Sheila Agee?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
On the 14th.
Of?
Was it August?
So this was a few days after the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And where did you actually make contact with Miss Agee?
In McIntosh, Alabama.
All right. And where did you specifically meet her?
At her house.
Okay. Did you drive there?
Yes, ma'am, me and another investigator.
How long did it take you to get there from Pensacola?
About an hour and a half.
At that time, did you know where Keith Agee was working?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
It was at a steel plant.
Okay. And do you know how close or how far that was from where he lived?
Within minutes.
Okay. And where was he living at the time?
With his grandmother, Thelma.
When you made contact with Miss Agee on August 14th, 2023, was she arrested for principal to murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Miss Agee have a cell phone on her at the time she was arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you seize that cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have her cell phone downloaded like you did Keith's?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything significant about the download on her phone, that conversation between her and Keith?
The text messages were deleted.
Were they able to be recovered though through that Cellbrite process?
Yes, ma'am.
You should have in front of you State's Exhibit 34. That's already been admitted into evidence. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the text messages downloaded from Keith Agee's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those to and from Keith Agee and his mother Sheila Agee on August 11th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
On August 11th, what time do the text messages start?
10:36 a.m.
Okay, and if you'll flip to the last page, when is the last text message between the two of them?
at 12:42 p.m.
Okay, and do you know what time 911 was called to the Home Depot?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I am going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 34.
You may.
So Investigator Martinez, what we need you to do is read them from how it's going from Keith's cell phone to Sheila's cell phone. If you can kind of try to keep that straight, so the jurors know who is texting what. And if you, we're looking at State's Exhibit 34 right now. We go down a little. So who are the blue text messages?
The blue text messages is Keith Agee,
Okay, and then the other color is going to be what?
gray,
And who is that?
Sheila Agee.
Okay, and if you will just do your best to read these into the record, starting with the first text message at 10:37 a.m.
At 10:37 a.m., she gave me gonorrhea. And if you think I'm lying, I'll call them back and we can three-way them. But I don't even care no more. She low down ASF anyway. Can you pick up Casey for me tomorrow, though?
Okay, let me stop you real quick. Do you know who Casey is?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's that?
It's the common child between Keith Agee and Brooklyn Sim.
Okay. Next text message is, text message is gray. So who is this from?
Sheila Agee.
Okay.
No, I don't believe you lying. If that's what you say, I don't have no reason to think you lying. Yes, I'll get her tomorrow. I'm still Florida right now. Okay. She still work out of town with you? Yes. Okay. Y'all come back this evening? Yep. Okay, I'll be waiting on y'all in Citro. That bitch might ASL call the law, 'cause ain't no way she gonna do me low down. Then try to flip on me and be able to ride to work with you and get a job from you. That's the reason that B lied to me, but I got something for that. You're gonna get in trouble, but that's up to you. Trouble. Prison, buh. Hey, that's my choice, just like it is for you to continue to pick her up. I ain't saying fire her or some, but let that dirty bitch find her ride to that MF.
When you transition from Keith's text to Sheila's, will you just say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, because we're reading it to the court reporter's giving me a look.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was gonna ask about that.
Thank you. All right.
Sheila, if she called the law, but I ain't saying nothing, I gave her job for Casey, Keith. Fuck that, I got Casey. That bitch don't need shit from us, from sus. Keith, fuck that, I got Casey. That bitch don't need shit from us. Sheila, I have to give her a ride. She's not the only person that rides with me. Another girl from Citronelle rides with me too. Keith, have to, question mark. Sheila, I don't own this car. I have to transport them to work. Have to. Keith, but where's the rest of your crew meet you? Sheila, I pick them up in Citronelle. Anybody that live up there, I have to pick them up there. Sheila, her and baby doll, I pick up in Citronelle. Precious, I pick up at empty house. Sheila, but I am not telling you not to be in Citronelle. That's up to you. Keith, I'm tired of being treated like a bitch. When I do right, fuck that job, fuck my job, and I don't even care about jail no more. I can't take this daily. Just tell me before y'all come. Sheila, no, I'm not going to help you get in trouble. Keith, ain't do nothing but cost me money and give me a disease. I'm fitting to just shoot her. I hate that for Casey, but like I said, I can't take it. ADGAF, no more. Sheila, okay. Keith, so protect her? Question mark. Keith, cool. Sheila, okay, I'll call you and tell you, MF, if you want to go to jail, I'll tell you when we get close, but if you don't come, kill her, you a MF bitch. She gave me a MF disease. I'm done, lost money and my freedom multiple times due to this lying hoe, but still in every situation you make sure it turned out better for her like it's none you can't do for me. Keith, loved, okay, I'll call you and tell you, MF, if you want to go. Keith, yes, thank you. That's all I ask. Keith, you're right, I am. I am a whole ass bitch and I'll never speak on any type of shit like this again, I promise. You're right, Keith, you're right. If I don't, I am a whole ass bitch and I'll never speak to any type of shit like this again, I promise. May I have some water, please?
Oh, sure.
Sorry. Keith, on Casey's life. Keith, I. Sheila. Okay, that's fine. You the one to have to leave your baby and go to prison and have her hate you. You ain't hurting Brooklyn. She will be dead. No problems for her. To only person you hurting is you and Casey. She will be lost her mama and daddy, and you won't ever get to touch your daughter again. But I swear to God, I don't care. I ain't going to jail. Keith, I'm okay with that. Keith, I can't take no more. Don't nobody help me. I'm tired. I ain't got shite to live for. No way. I'm going to jail. Keith, Citro, gonna shoot me because I'm so blown at them. Keith, it's been a long time coming. Sheila, okay, well, you ain't hurt nobody but Casey, but I'm sure you're okay with that. Sheila, but I'm good with it. Keith, okay. Sheila, somebody will take care of Casey. Keith, I'm about to just leave work, nice, so I'll be off. Sheila, that's up to you. Keith, yeah, okay, she good. Sheila, don't call Nanny and tell her. She will try to talk you out of it. Keith, okay. Keith, I ain't even gonna tell her why I left. Keith, I'm just saying I gotta go to the dentist. Sheila, don't even go there. She won't know you left. Sheila, don't shoot my MF car. I don't want to die. Keith, I'm not. Sheila, wait till I put her out. Keith, I was gonna wait till she got out. Sheila, okay. Keith, but that's another thing. If she don't get out of that car, Mama, and I have to drag her out or can't, I'm gonna ask you to step out. Keith, because I'm gonna open the door, just shoot her. Sheila, as long as you don't shoot me. Keith, but IK, you know work, just don't forget me this evening. Sheila, hell, if you're getting off work now, I'll give you the address here, and you can ride over here and do it so you don't have to do it in front of Casey. Keith, send it to me. Sheila, we just in Pensacola. Keith, I'm OTW, send it. Sheila, hold up, let me get it erased, the text, because I don't want nobody to know I was texting you stupid ass. Keith, I already deleted mine, trust me, I ain't gonna say shit. ABT, even us, even talking TD. Sheila, I don't act like you love Casey because you don't give a fuck about that little girl. You love you and you alone. Keith, I love all my heart is that bitch that I don't care for her. Sheila, you don't love her. You willing to leave her alone because you mad at a bitch that's not love, son. Keith, if she did, she wouldn't act that way about me trying to get her, knowing she acting because she fucked me over and wants everybody to be on her side like she ain't do none. Keith, I'm not mad at a bitch. I hate every MF body. Keith, don't nobody help me. The only people ever seemed like they will do for me or ride or take up for me is Jaden and Emmanuel and Casey. Keith, I'm coming through Movico. What's the address?
Let me stop you real quick. Do you know what Movico means?
Believe it's a small town between McIntosh and Mobile.
Thank you.
Sheila, you willing to leave her at the mercy of the world to possibly be raped, abused, neglected, and God knows what because you didn't put on a rubber? You're gonna make her suffer for something she had no control over. But you love her? Okay. Sheila, I'm getting it. Give me a minute. I on lunch. Keith, Brooklyn knew what was coming behind them. To me, she knew I was gonna kill her, so if she okay with it, shit, I am too. Sheila, regardless of who knew, Casey didn't know. Keith, I put faith in Jay, at least he will do something to a MF that FW, Casey, him, Emmanuel, the only ones I believe will. Sheila, okay, you put faith in somebody about your fucking baby. Keith, hell, you wasn't preaching to Brooklyn, ABT, her choices, shit, this her fault. Keith, every action get a reaction. Keith, so if SB is okay with what she doing, then they should be with what I am. Keith, so if SB is okay with what she doing, then they should be with what I am. Sheila, it's not Casey's fault. It is all I know. Don't really give a fuck what you and Brooklyn know. It was both y'all's fault. Her for giving it to you and you for not wearing a condom. Keith, her mama should have raised her better or told her better some. I don't feel guilt behind that. Keith, I feel way worse letting this BS continue. Keith, I don't blame Casey for none. Sheila, you don't blame her, but you're willing to put her at risk over it. Keith, that bitch could have told the truth though. It wouldn't been so bad if she would have owned up to it. Keith, just been real, bro. I'm tired of her trying to fuck me over and then play like I'm overreacting or crazy. I can show Keith, I can show a MF what crazy is. Keith, address, question mark. Sheila, like I said, you don't give a fuck about that baby. I'm get you the address when I get back, and showing nobody nothing except you got mental issues, because you're willing to give up your life for your baby's daughter's life and hurt your family over a bitch. But don't worry, I'll make sure she know Brooklyn gave you something that you had to get a shot for, but that you didn't love her enough to give a fuck about what happened to her. That she wasn't enough for you. Maybe she would have meant more to you. Her mama and daddy would still be here. She wasn't important enough, and you just had to prove a point. I promise you I'll remind her of that the rest of her life. Sheila, which she will probably end up committing suicide, and she'll be with y'all anyway. And give me 10 minutes, I'm gonna give you the address. You ain't close yet. Keith, if she meant more to her mama, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Sheila, I ain't talking about her mama, I was talking about her daddy, and you just confirmed you don't care about her. Keith, Brooklyn knows what I do, and I done shot at MFS in front of the police and got away. If she a still lie, she must not give a fuck about Casey or her life. I do, but you ain't gonna listen no way. Keith, you ain't in my position, so it's easy to say BS. Sheila, I know I ain't gonna do nothing to take Casey away from me, 'cause I love her. I know that. Keith, I'm pretty sure you ain't, 'cause you ain't gonna do nothing our end, so again, I said easy to say when you don't do she. Sheila, who don't shit? Who the fuck you think helps care of that baby? Keith, I'm getting on the interstate 9. Sheila, okay. Keith, take care, question mark. MF, you take care of Brooklyn. Sheila, did you just call me a MF? Keith, you don't even like to go pick Casey, sometimes worried about a damn nigga, sell that dream somewhere else. Sheila, I can't wait to get back to the store to give you the address, 'cause you gonna have to shoot me today. I done told you about cussing me. Keith, all I want is that address, mama. I'm done talking. I'm done talking enough. IK what's gonna happen, and I'm okay with that. I'm done already. Been thinking it through, and this the only way for me. IDK, why you so quick to start shy with me? But again, must be scared of Brooklyn or some IDK. Sheila, I promise I'm head back to get it and give it to you, 'cause I'm done told you about cussing me. I told you you don't have to respect me, but you not going to disrespect me. Keith, you disrespecting me, trying to tell me if I love my child or not. Keith, that's your problem. You don't see TS, but again, I think it's a woman thing. Keith, she gonna be out on the floor, right? Question mark. Keith, 45 away.
Go back. Was that text message with the Home Depot address sent from Keith's phone or Sheila's phone?
Sheila's phone. Keith, question, she gonna be on the floor, right? Sheila, thumbs up, waiting on you. Keith, I'm saying I'm gonna have to find her in the back or something. Keith, question mark. Sheila, nope. Keith, okay. Sheila, but just know I'm be the first MF you see, but I ain't even told her you were coming. so you good, but you gonna see me for cussing me. Keith, let it be after then. Sheila, no, I'm gonna come out. She will be in, she won't know nothing. Keith, I'm not studying you right now, so sure, I DM. Sheila, okay. Sheila, I'm gonna show you today what it means to love your child. You will understand when you're chilling with your daughter one day. Keith, stay out of my way. Sheila, I am. Keith, only warning I'm give you, I'm not studying you. You never help anyways. Hindering me is what you doing. Stay TF out my way for once. Don't help Brooklyn. If you want to show me some, you can after. I'm done with her. I have no problem with that. Sheila, only warning you giving me, LOL, bitch. Brooklyn might be scared of you, but I ain't. Keith, I don't expect you to be. Sheila, come on. Keith, light, come on. Keith, you probably done called the police for that girl. Sheila, I swear to God, I ain't told her nothing about you. Sheila, but I hope you ain't stupid enough to think you ain't going to jail, 'cause that's definitely where you're going. Keith, oh nah, jail or dead, one, the two. Sheila, yeah, that way. Keith, liked, yeah, that way. Sheila, probably best 'cause something wrong with you. You don't need to be around Kai or Casey. Keith, something wrong with you. That must be you. That must be why you didn't take care of Kai.
Let me stop you real quick. Do you know who Kaya is?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's that?
Another minor child with Sheila.
I'm sorry?
Sheila's
Okay.
daughter.
Okay.
Keith, oh. Sheila, I wouldn't hurt her, you stupid. Keith, LOL, man, get off my phone. All I needed was the address. Leave me alone. Finish your work today. Keith, and you is too. Keith, I forgot, just me. Sheila, bet. I ain't stupid as you. Come on, dummy. Keith, yeah, fuck me though. Point proven, thank you. Knew I wasn't tripping, you fucking retarded. Keith, yeah, you called the police. Sheila, okay, if you're trying to say I called the law, okay, God, I ain't called nobody. Sheila, I swear to his on Casey, I ain't called no law or told her nothing. Keith, you wouldn't be texting me still if you didn't. LMAO. Any other time, you will leave me TF alone. Sheila, if I called the law or told her anything, I hope Kaya never takes another breath. Sheila, I laughing at you because you stupid enough to give up your whole life for a bitch that you don't want. I laughing at you because you stupid enough to give your whole life for a bitch that don't want you. Keith, I ain't never in my life then saw a mama that don't do shit for they son, but love to want to start with them. Keith, like you said, like you, so crazy it's funny. Sheila, okay. Sheila, whatever. Sheila, bye. Keith, I don't want her either, TF. Keith, LOL, that ain't my point. Sheila, yeah, right, bye. Keith, LMAOOO, I ain't like you. Keith, this bout respect, that bitch gonna learn. Keith, you so fucking sorry. You think I want her? No, you wrong. I want to see Casey. That dirty hoe don't mean nothing to me. I don't care about hoes like you care about niggas. You put them before your own child. That ain't me. Keith, I'm killing them over mine. You just dick out. You think that. Sheila, no, you gonna learn she will be dead, but she ain't gonna learn shit. You done MF'd. I thought I taught you if you want to hurt a person, you don't hurt them because they dead. They have no worries. You take what they love. Keith, that hoe don't love shit but herself. Sheila, you ain't killing over yours 'cause she don't keep that baby from you. Keith, so that last thought of her knowing she fucked and the regret in her face will be enough to satisfy IDGAF what she see when she dead. Keith, yes, TF, she do. Keith, how TF pick her up when you sorry ass trying to go gamble or hang in Jackson and she don't pick up the phone. Keith, nah, that ain't even gonna fly. She just died before I let that continue. Sheila, okay, whatever, IDC, do what you do, IDGAF, because I'm gonna go home today, not to hell or to jail. Keith, good for you. Sheila, okay then, stop texting me, I'm working. Do whatever you want to do. It don't affect me either fucking way. Keith, loved, okay, then stop texting me, I'm working. Do whatever.
I was gonna ask if you need some water.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Investigator Martinez, do you see Sheila Agee in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please point to her and identify what she's wearing?
She's wearing a black blazer and she's to my left.
Let the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
You should also have in front of you a shorter text message packet, States Exhibit 43A through D. Those have already been moved into evidence. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you pull the other one up? And again, if you will read these into the record, these have been identified as text messages between Brooklyn and Sheila Agee. All right, so if you will start on 43A and just read that into the record and who it's from.
Okay. Hey, this Brooklyn, is it any way I can see what my badge number is? Question mark. This is my new number, Brooklyn. And it's,
All right, so what is this that the jurors are looking at right now on page 43C?
this is a photo that was sent from Brooklyn.
Okay, and if you click on it, it will enlarge, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then we'll see that on the last page, but what is the date and time that that was sent to Sheila's cell phone?
August the 5th at 2:57.
Okay, and then what is the next text message?
The next text message from Brooklyn, that's what mine say.
All right, and the next message?
Brooklyn, so if he got something, it's not from me.
Okay, and then the last text message, is that her result from her exam?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you were going through the different cell phone downloads on this case, were there any calls or messages between Keith Agee and Brooklyn Sims on August 11th, 2023?
No, ma'am.
Were there any calls between Sheila Agee and Brooklyn Sims on August 11th, 2023?
Just two, and they were very early in the morning.
Those are my questions. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask this question while I'm walking up. Were there any calls between Brooklyn and Sheila and Keith?
No, sir, there weren't.
Okay, so we got no phone calls, texts?
Correct, sir.
All those texts we just saw were between Sheila and Keith on August the 11th,
Yes, sir.
2023.
Yes, sir.
And they took place over about a 2-hour period, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said that you looked those over, and I think you said something about you had them downloaded?
No, sir, they were downloaded by Lieutenant Hayes.
Okay. And then, when he downloaded all that, does he send it to you or to the state attorney's office?
Send it to me, sir.
Okay. So, what do you do then?
The program is called Celebrite.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Hayes downloads the information onto a flash drive. The flash drive is then plugged in. Celebrite opens up. It's a program. Then you start looking at call logs, text messages. I mean, downloads everything on the phone, photos.
Okay. I'm very ignorant about computers, okay? So I'm picturing you sitting in front of a screen, and you're watching all the stuff that this company has sent you.
It's not a company, it's a program. It's
Yes.
a computer program, yes, sir.
Okay, so you're watching it. You watch it on the 11th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You watch it for the 10th. What about the 10th? August 10th?
I just watched the 11th, sir.
Where did we come up with the 5th?
Text messages between Brooklyn and
Yeah, how did
Sheila.
you find that one?
On Brooklyn's download.
Okay. So did you go back thinking maybe I should go to Keith or Sheila's download to see what was said during that period of time?
No, sir.
Okay. And, well, did you not think when you were going over these texts that, judging by what you were reading, that there was something that took place before that? That might be relevant, interesting?
Yes, sir.
And did you look at it?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's what I'm asking. So you did have a chance to look at the text before the 11th, the 10th, the 9th, the 8th, the 7th. Is that a yes or a no?
No. If I can clarify for you.
Please.
So we have 3 cell phones. We have Sheila Agee's, Keith Agee's, and Brooklyn Sims. So what I did not see on Sheila's, I looked to see if there was text messages between Brooklyn and Keith,
Right.
and there weren't. So then I looked to see if there were any messages on Keith's phone, between Keith and Brooklyn. There were none. Then I looked to see if there was messages between Keith and Sheila, and that's what I found on the 11th.
I don't understand that. You didn't find anything. If you're looking, I thought you started with the 11th, and then you're looking for more. I didn't quite understand your answer. Did you look at the 10th?
No, sir.
You're investigating a serious case, and you have all these texts from the 11th. We know that there's mention now on the 5th about this gonorrhea thing is the 11th, but now there's a sexual transmitted disease report on the 5th, and you don't look between the 5th and the 11th, or even before the 5th to see what was said?
Yes, sir. You're correct.
Couple of quick questions to clean up. These texts that we just saw on the 11th, I'm correct in that there was no indication ever that Sheila told Keith where in the store they were supposed to meet?
Correct.
And you've seen the video, right? You looked at the video from the stores?
Yes, sir.
You did all that?
Yes, sir.
Police detective work, but didn't look at the tent. And you looked at the videos, and there's that period of time that Sheila is walking down and around that aisle, back and forth, back and forth. And that was about the time when Keith was supposed to be getting there, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we know she's there, you all agree, looking for Keith. Correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Were you aware that Sheila had called her mother in the middle of all this? Sheila had called Thelma in the middle of this time period, between 11:30 and 1:21. Were you aware of that, yes or no?
I'm trying to recall the call log on Sheila's phone. So without having the log, sir, I can't be definite in my answer.
In your investigation, did you ever ask Thelma, did you ever speak to Thelma?
Yes, sir, I did speak with Thelma.
Did you ask her whether she'd ever spoken to Sheila during the course of this
No, sir.
time? You didn't ask?
No.
Surprised you to say that they did speak, and they did speak about Keith?
Sustained.
Okay. So I understand. You're telling the jury, as of right now, well, let me stop and ask another question. What does it take, well, when you get this information from the server, who was that you said you got the information from?
Cellbrite.
Okay. When you get that information, and it's there in front of you, and it goes the 11th, and that's where it stops, but it had a lot before that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long would it take you, well, how long did it take you to press a button or whatever you do to pull up those texts from the 11th?
You input the number, in this case, it's Keith Agee or Sheila or Brooklyn's number in the search bar.
Yes.
And it'll pull up the messages associated with that number.
Yes.
And
How-
on that day, I did just the 11th.
Okay. And that day when you did just the 11th, how long did it take you?
Probably less than a minute.
So if you went home tonight, or this afternoon, and you wanted to pull up the 10th, the 9th, the 8th, the 7th, the 6th, 5th, or, it would take a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes just to pop that out? Depending on how much was on there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and if, let's say that it's from the 3rd or 4th of August to the 10th of August, for argument, for discussion purposes, is about the same length as the August 11th tape. It should take about a minute or two, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have time to do that this afternoon or this evening? Tomorrow morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I have a whole bunch of questions to ask you. Whole bunch of questions to ask you about that. But I'm not going to ask you today.
I'm going to ask counsel to approach.
You've never met Sheila before you saw these tapes, did you? I mean, did you know her socially, personally, or through any other matters other than this case?
That's correct, sir.
And do you know anything about her relationship with Keith and how they communicate?
No, sir.
So today, you simply read texts back and forth.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Can you redirect, Ms. Johnson? I think he needs to remain available, correct? So you remain under subpoena, and just instruct you not to discuss your testimony.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We're just waiting on word that Dr. Lusky has arrived. She's here.
Judge, I don't know whether you heard the suggestion to be available tomorrow.
No, I just said he remains under subpoena and to remain available, not to discuss his testimony. So we have the medical examiner in the building?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, the state would call Dr. Lusky. Mr. Evans, do you want to see these again?
I'm sorry.
Do you want to see these again?
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat for me, Dr. Lusky. If you will, just make sure you speak into the microphone, if you'll state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Sure. Deanna, D-E-A-N-N-A, Oleski, O-L-E-S, as in Sam, K-E.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What is your occupation?
Hi, I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for District 1, which encompasses the four most western counties of the Florida Panhandle.
What are your duties as the chief medical examiner?
In addition to performing administrative work, which is the chief part, my regular job is performing autopsies, coming and determining cause and manner of death, and performing and giving expert testimony such as here today.
How long have you been with District 1?
Since November of 2020.
And where were you before that?
St. Augustine, District 23.
And can you tell the jurors your education and training to become a chief medical examiner?
Sure. I did 13 years of school and training after I graduated high school. I got a 4-year bachelor's degree at Indiana University. Following that, I matriculated into medical school at Wayne State University in Detroit, Michigan, where I completed my medical doctorate. Following the completion of my MD, I did training, which is per usual, after you get your MD, and I did residency at the University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston in anatomic pathology, which is hospital-based pathology, the study of tissue and diseases. And then following that 4 years, I did a 1-year super subspecialty training in forensic pathology at the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences.
Do you have a specialty?
Yes.
And what is that?
I am board certified in both anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And can you describe each of those, please?
Sure. So anatomic pathology is the basis for, or the root of our subspecialties. Anatomic pathology, again, is the study of tissues and diseases, what we mostly use for a microscope, for example. If you've ever gotten a diagnosis of cancer, like a basal cell cancer off your skin, or a normal pap smear that was because of a pathologist. And then the forensic pathology is the study of diseases and trauma. So we incorporate our baseline knowledge of human diseases as well as how trauma affects the body.
You said as part of your duties, you perform autopsies, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many have you performed?
Close to or 2,000.
Have you testified as an expert before in your field?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know approximately how many times?
Approaching 50 or 60.
Did you perform an autopsy on Brooklyn Sims?
I did.
On what date?
I performed the exam on August 14th, 2023.
And what was her actual date of death?
Her date of death was August 11th, 2023.
And can you tell the jurors what Brooklyn's height and weight were?
Sure. Ms. Sims weighed 264 pounds and measured 63 inches, or 5'3".
And her age at the time of her death?
She was 18.
Did you do an external examination of Ms. Sims first?
Yes.
And did you observe any obvious injuries?
Yes.
What did you see?
She had multiple gunshot wounds and defects on her body.
Were photos taken during the course of your autopsy?
Yes.
And would they help illustrate or assist your testimony today?
Yes.
Would they help explain the type of injuries and the locations that you saw?
Yes.
I think in that folder underneath you, you should have States Exhibits 93 through 102. If you'll just take a look at those and see if you recognize them.
Yes, I recognize these photos.
Okay. Were those taken during the course of Brooklyn Sims's autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they fair and accurate visuals of the injuries and the locations that they depict?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move States 93 through 102 into evidence. I'm asking to move States 93 through 102 into evidence.
You may.
Oh, yeah, I would like to move into evidence states 93 through 102.
And they're admitted, and you may publish to the jury.
Thank you. Dr. Oleski, I'm showing you States Exhibit 93. Can you please describe for the jurors what this photo shows?
This 93 shows a photo of Ms. Sims' face and the top of her forehead with a graze wound that goes into her hairline.
Okay. States 94.
This is a photo of Ms. Sims' face, upper arms, and upper chest that shows numerous gunshot wound defects that are on her right side of her face, upper chest, and left arm.
States Exhibit 95.
95 is a photograph of Ms. Sims' left axillary region or her armpit. And it shows multiple gunshot exit and re-entrance wounds over her left upper arm, her left lateral chest, and over her left breast.
This is States Exhibit 96.
96 shows a view of Ms. Sims, the back of her left arm, where you can see 3 gunshot wound defects that are entrance wounds, as well as a couple of the re-entrance wounds that are over her left chest.
This is States 97. Excuse me, 97.
97 is a photograph of Ms. Sims and on the right side of her face. It shows gunshot wound defects to her right cheek, right side of her chin, right side of her neck, and over the right upper shoulder.
This is States 98.
98 shows her right upper arm and right shoulder. Again, we can see 2 defects over her right side of her neck, and then, one defect over the right side of her neck and one over the top of her right shoulder, as well as another gunshot wound over her right breast. And in the center of her right arm is a fresh contusion or bruise.
This is States 99.
This is a view of the palmar side of Ms. Sims' right arm, and you can see a gunshot wound defect over her right wrist.
This is States 100.
100 is a photograph of the back of Ms. Sims, and including the back of her head, with her hair pulled up. You can see a small gunshot wound defect over the back of her neck, and then there are 2 gunshot wound defects over her back.
This is States Exhibit 101.
101 shows an up-close view of the back of Ms. Sims' head and neck with the hair shaved around the 2 gunshot wounds.
And this is States Exhibit 102.
102 is a photograph of the projectiles and the projectile fragments that were recovered from Ms. Sims.
Do you know how many total wounds did she have?
Ms. Sims had a total of at least 29 gunshot-related injuries that consisted of entrance, re-entrance wounds, exit wounds, and graze wounds.
So not necessarily that she was shot 29 times, but some went in, went out, came back in, went back out.
Correct.
Okay. Now, on page 2 of your report, if you have that in front of you, you've got 4 gunshot wounds to the left upper arm and torso. Can you describe for the jurors the path that those bullets took?
Sure. So I clustered these 4 gunshot wounds that represent 4 different bullets that enter over the left lateral and upper and some of them were even a little bit posterior arm, that then went through the soft tissues of her left arm, and then they all exited on the inside of her left upper arm, and then they re-entered over her left lateral chest, or the side of her chest. And these projectiles end up perforating the left fifth rib, the pericardial sac, which is the tough membrane around your heart, the great vessels of your heart, or the root of your heart, the heart itself, both the right and left lungs, the right second rib, the right axilla or right armpit, and the soft tissues of the right upper arm. And then invariably, some of them went on to her right axilla and right upper arm, and some ended up stopping over the right side of her chest.
Did you see any evidence of close-range firing with that group?
Yes, there was evidence of close-range firing over the wounds, the cluster of wounds over the back of her left arm.
And what does that mean?
So that means, so I saw, there are two different features or characteristics that we see when we have gunshot-related injuries. One of them is soot, and that is indicative of very close range, less than 2 inches, and that's a black discoloration that tattoos the skin like a dark gray color, which I did not see in this case. And the second feature or characteristic of gunshot entrance wounds of close range of firing is called stippling. Stippling is small, tiny punctate abrasions that surround the gunshot entrance wound that represent the unfired gunpowder as it's striking your skin. So it leaves a little abrasion or a little mark. And we can see stippling, usually start to see stippling at 2 inches and up to 2 feet for most firearms. And so that means that when I say 2 inches to 2 feet, I don't mean that's how far somebody is standing away from her when they fire the gun. That is from the end of the barrel of the gun to their skin.
The gunshot wounds on the left side of her neck, can you tell the jurors the path that those took?
So over the left side of the neck, there was one gunshot wound that ended up perforating the skin and soft tissues of the left back of the neck. It coursed between the base of the skull and what your head sits on, the first cervical vertebra. It transects the cervical spinal cord in this area, and then perforates and fractures the right side of her facial bones, including her maxilla and her mandible, and perforates the skin and soft tissues over the right side of the face.
The gunshot wound to the right side of her neck, can you describe the path that bullet took?
So over the right side, it was the right posterior side, so the right back of her neck. This wound entered the right back of her neck and then just almost immediately exited over her anterior right side of her neck. So this only went through soft tissues and did not hit any vital vasculature or organs.
Dr. Lusky, what is your opinion as to Ms. Sims' cause of death
Her cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds.
and the manner of her death?
Homicide.
Thank you, those are all my questions.
Doctor, good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Your credentials are extremely impressive in school and experience, and you articulated everything you had to most explanatorily. If you didn't have the photograph,
Sustained.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Is she free to go? Okay, thank you. You can just leave those photographs there. You go. Yeah, yeah, I told her to just leave them there.
Madam Clerk, are all the state's exhibits admitted into evidence? Judges, that's time the state rests.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the state's rested their case, so there's some matters I need to take up with the attorney, so I'm going to have you step back into the jury room again. Again, with your notepads, go ahead and flip them over to that first page. And if you'd like to go outside, just let the court deputy know, but that same instruction continues to apply, that you cannot yet discuss the facts of the case, okay? Thank you. One thing I do want to address briefly, Mr. Ackerman, I had made a ruling about the photographs. You may not have agreed with it, and I understand, but you intentionally got up there at the podium and asked the medical examiner those questions about the photographs that I had previously ruled on, and that's not appropriate to do. I'm going to ask you, do you not do that moving forward? If I make a ruling about an exhibit coming in, whether you agree or disagree, that's fine, but you cannot then go ask questions in, complete disregard for my ruling.
Your Honor, may I? Your ruling, as I saw it, was allowing the photographs in. And I understand that perfectly, and my questions had nothing to do with going around your ruling. My question has to do with the way I am developing my defense. I have a strong defense. I have a client who's not guilty, and I am trying to show the jury in closing arguments, etc., where the state's case failed, where they haven't made their burden of proof, and how they've been manipulated, and how they've been. So my question to the doctor, the state's question was, will these assist you? And my question had nothing to do with their men. I understand that. I'm not saying, all I'm asking her is, would you have needed those photographs to articulate what you did, how you testified to the jury about the pictures? And then I can make a comment on it in closing argument. Because to me, they were totally unnecessary. That doesn't mean you let them in. But I can
Because the
comment.
case law supports them coming in, and I made the ruling, Ms. Jensen's question to her was, will these assist you in explaining to the jury, and her answer was yes.
And my question was.
Okay, Mr. Ackerman, I've made my point. We don't need any further discussion on this issue.
Well, let me ask this then.
No, sir, I'm going to ask that you have a seat.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to ask that you just have a seat, and we're going to discuss the plan moving forward with the remainder of the trial. All right, the state has rested their case. My understanding is you don't have any witnesses available today if you decide to put on a case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you discussed with Ms. Agee whether she intends to testify?
I have.
Okay. Would you like me to do an inquiry now, or give you some more time to talk about it tonight and do the inquiry in the morning?
More time.
Okay. Any other matters then that the court needs to address? Otherwise, we can maybe talk about jury instructions preliminarily.
I just want to make sure that our Martinez is here tomorrow, in case he's needed.
Okay. I don't have anything to do with that. I just let him know he remains under subpoena. You can certainly discuss that with Mr. Myers and Ms. Jensen. But I hope you understand, I know you asked him a question about could he do particular research. That doesn't mean he has to or is going to go do that research tonight. I assume you are aware of that.
Hopefully we can work that out.
Okay. All right. Anything else then from the defense?
Can I wait until tomorrow to make my motion for judgment of the case? What do you want to do?
I think let's move forward and address it now.
The state has made a complete and total case for the murder of Brooklyn by Keith. So obviously, all that evidence today went to what Keith did. The only evidence that the state has against Sheila is that video. The defense argues that any reasonable group of people who would view that video would see the sarcasm, the innuendo, based on the statements, the responses, the statements back, and see what would have to, if they don't see, would have to have a reasonable doubt as to whether or not she had the intent that her son killed another human being. Everything on that video, except for the 4 or 5 things the state points out, and there are 10 or 15 other things along with those things the state points out that show the sarcasm. Hey, don't do it, don't wait for us to come home, do it here. What are you, an idiot? What are you gonna do this thing? Don't shoot at the car, you might hit me, son. You wanna hit your mother? You think about this. You're out there, you're gone. And she says it. You have mental issues. You have, and I could go on. I think the video speaks for itself. Erase this thing. This is stupid. Don't you see, son? If you think about what you just said, and it's in paper. Anyway, that the fact that she erased her phone. Well, we don't know what in the world that was about. She may have erased it to save him so that no one could see. We don't know that she was thinking of herself. And everything else she, if you don't kill the bitch, if you don't kill him, you're a bitch. Well, just before that, I'm not gonna help you get in trouble. And just after that, he comes back with, well, you know, she did this to me and she did that to me. He knows that she's talking him out of it. Now, whether he's capable of being talked out of it or not, but any reasonable group of people have to look at that and say, I have a reasonable doubt. My goodness, this is crazy. This is what a mother is telling her son so that he will not hurt himself or others. You say that the state has failed to make a prima facie case. They have not proven intent, that she intended for the acts to take place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ackerman. Ms. Jensen?
Judge, Mr. Ackerman said the only evidence that the state has is the video. The state presented over 2 hours of text messages. This defendant directed her homicidal son away from Alabama, 90 minutes away, to Pensacola, Florida, and provided an address where he could find Brooklyn Sims and come and kill her. The state believes it has presented a prima facie case, and the court should deny the JOA.
Your Honor, if I misspoke, if I said video, I meant the text. I hope everybody knew that. And the fact is, he was not 90 minutes away from Alabama. He was 90 minutes away from Pensacola, which furthers the point. You'll have time to drive here and think about it. Nice long drive, calm you down. Any reasonable person would think that rather than up there. Any reasonable person listening to that to those texts would say she's using this, anyway, she's trying to convince him not to do this. She said 10 times, you don't want to do this, you don't want to do this, you'll go to jail, you'll have a granddaughter, you'll have a daughter, my granddaughter will be left without a father and a mother. She'll commit suicide, who's going to take it? What are you doing, son? Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Again, viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the state, I believe they presented a prima facie case of principal of the first degree premeditated murder, and the matter should go to the jury. So I'm going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. Mr. Akron, just for planning purposes, in addition to obviously talking to your client tonight, do you know at this time how many other witnesses you might present tomorrow?
3, maybe 4.
In addition to potentially your client?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe up to 5? Okay.
Her son Jack, her mother Thelma, possibly Keith, and possibly Martinez.
Martinez. Okay. Then I think we can go ahead and bring the jury back in and release them for the remainder of today, and let them know that we plan to reconvene at 8:45 for court personnel, 9 a.m. for trial, and then we can stay and look at the jury instructions at least on a preliminary basis, and then recess for the evening, unless there's any other matters we need to discuss.
I have talked to the state judge, and we have discussed if in the event she does testify, they will not be asking her about her prior record, so that's not an issue I wouldn't be asking for that.
Does she have a prior record that's,
From 20 years ago.
okay, so no felony convictions or crimes involving dishonesty that would be?
Nothing the state against you.
Okay. Any of the other witnesses that are potentially going to be called that we need to talk about prior record,
Just Keith Agee.
if he testifies?
We deposed her mother and her other son, and I don't know, obviously, Mr. Ackerman, where he's gonna go with the witnesses necessarily, but there was a lot of objectionable evidence or testimony in the depositions that we don't believe would be admissible. So just so the court's aware, we may be dealing with that tomorrow.
Okay. Well, we can certainly address any further matters. I'm going to go ahead and bring the jury in so they can be released for the evening.
Yeah.
Okay. We can have it. Yes, sir. Court personnel at 8:45 in case there's any preliminary issues we need to take care of, and then plan to start if you intend to present a case at 9 a.m. Okay. Yes, ma'am. You can be seated. So I have some good news for you, that you're going to be able to leave a little bit early today. The attorneys were efficient in getting the evidence to you. We're going to stay and work on some jury instructions. The plan will be to start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. You have your information about where to park, so you'll do the same thing that you did today. Couple additional instructions. So the temperature was, I think, pretty comfortable today. We should be in the same courtroom tomorrow, so just be aware that it can change. So if you want to bring a sweater or jacket, just in case. I know I gave the instruction a number of times today, and it still applies. When you go home tonight, your family members, your friends, your children are going to be interested about what you did today. And at this point, you cannot discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. So you need to abide by that instruction at this point in the trial. You can certainly, tell them you were here today at the courthouse, but, you can't talk about the facts of the case. I do anticipate there will be some local news coverage. So again, I'll ask that you not look at the Pensacola News Journal, Channel 3, or the other local news channels. I know, let's see, was it Mr. Cordrazi, you had limited dealings with the news last night?
Just a little clip that came on that.
Right, so what I would anticipate, if it's on the news tonight, there will be more details shared, so I want you to just be very careful, and if it's on at the house, make sure you step, and that goes for everyone, step into a different room or make sure it's turned off, okay? And those of you that have been taking notes, if you'll go ahead and make sure it's flipped to that first page, I'm going to have you hand them to our court deputy when you leave, and we'll secure them. They'll be locked up overnight, so nobody will have access to your notes. And tomorrow, we never know quite how long it will take for jury to deliberate, so just keep that in mind, depending on when the case goes to you and the attorneys finish closing arguments. If we're still here around dinner time, we'll provide dinner to you and all of that. Okay, but just make any arrangements you may need to in abundance of caution in case we're here later after 5. Okay, I think that's all the instructions I have for you tonight, and I will see you tomorrow morning. We'll be here at 9. Yes, but the plan is to start at 9, so they probably will have you there about 15 minutes early. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Questions yet?
I have your, I didn't bring my copy with me tonight, but I have.
You don't have your copy with you?
I have some of the things.
It's at your office?
But I mean, I've seen it when I drove over State Show.
Okay. I mean, I just thought we could address if there's any issues, so the state could work on those tonight, or if there's instructions that aren't included that you're asking for that we can talk about. Mr. Myers, I would assume they're substantially similar to prior cases, is that right? So I can let Mr. Ackerman look at my copy, and I can look at what's in the court file. That may make things move a little more smoothly. Yes, sir, you can approach and take those.
Thank you.
Mr. Ackerman, just let me know when you're ready and you've had a chance to take a look at them, okay?
Do you have yours up?
I do.
If we could start on page 1, just a couple of things I noticed from last time. On 3.2, has been accused of the crime of, we included the language principle 2, first-degree premeditated murder in the last trial. I think it would be appropriate as well.
Any objection to that?
And that would be the same as for the first sentence in 7.1.
Again, no objection from the defense?
Excuse me, no.
Otherwise, that's a standard instruction as well as the justifiable homicide instruction. I think it's required.
If we can fast forward to page 3, I don't know of any evidence in the case as to heat of passion. Is that an argument you're making?
I know that was Keith Agee's defense. And you're asking page 3, you're asking.
I don't think there's any evidence of heat of passion, which is,
I would, oh, I'm sorry.
this whole section.
No, I agree with Steve.
Okay. And then,
3.4, the last paragraph needs to be adjusted, or the last sentence needs to be adjusted to take knockout aggravated battery. That was in a different trial.
And that.
Right.
Okay, right, because I think the only ones on the verdict form are principal to second degree and principal to manslaughter. All right.
On page 4, there's another for second degree heat of passion, I don't believe applies. For second degree murder. Yes, sir.
You agree, Mr. Ackerman?
I asked for 1 minute.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No objection.
Okay.
On 7.7, the last trial, the defense attorney did not believe culpable negligence applied, and agreed that it should be taken out. If you want it in, we can give it. If you don't want it in, then it's right as written.
If I may, do.
Sure.
Yeah. It's not easy, because it's okay. Thank you. I'd like it in, Joe.
Okay. Mr. Myers, you can add that
Yes, ma'am.
paragraph? Okay. And that's in instruction 7.7, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. 3.7 is the standard instruction for plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, burden of proof. Anything else you're asking to be included? Looks like everything.
We skipped over the principal's instruction. Obviously, the state, based on the charge, is asking for that.
Right, that was at the bottom of page 2.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay. And then 3.9 is also a standard instruction, 1 through 5. We may have to wait to determine if any others apply. We'll probably have to wait to see if, the- right, 6 through 10, there may be one or more of those that would apply. If Mr. Agee testifies and he has a felony conviction, that would need to be included, but that's something the jury can consider. So I think we can just readdress that after the defense's case.
Your Honor, going back to page 5 in principles,
Well, principles is on page 2.
I'm sorry.
The principal instructor, oh, maybe it's on page 5 that y'all have. What I have, it's on page 2. Okay.
Okay. I'm looking at principles 3.5A, and I'm looking at the last sentence. And again, we don't have manslaughter in here. And it also says something that I'm not sure I understand. If for second-degree murder is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Brooklyn Sims. I have to go home and have a chance to
I mean, he has the standard instruction right there. I mean, I'm looking at the standard instruction from the Florida Supreme Court website as well, which is up to date. And that's the language, Mr. Ackerman. That's the law in Florida.
But,
Okay.
again, I'm looking for manslaughter. Do you have a principle for manslaughter?
What was your question?
I'm looking for a paragraph that would also cover manslaughter as far as principles.
Okay, the version I have has both second-degree murder or manslaughter in the same paragraph, same sentence. So, again, my version may be slightly different, but I would look at that last sentence in that instruction.
It's not in this version, but yours is probably more up to date, being online.
I thought he said that it wasn't included. Let me see.
There were two principles. There was one when hired and one when not hired.
I mean, I think 3.5A is the one that applies in this case. Is that what you're looking at, Mr. Ackerman?
Your Honor, what I'm reading is for the first-degree felony murder, second-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, third-degree felony murder, attempted felony murder, attempted second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended death. I would think that manslaughter is not mentioned here, and that the intent is essential in manslaughter. State is
court disagrees
Oh.
as well. I mean, you can't add the element of intent to the charge when it's not in the jury instruction that's provided by the Supreme Court.
But, Your Honor, online on the Supreme Court website, it has manslaughter in conjunction with the second-degree murder, not necessary for the state to prove the intent, or to prove
Let me
the
see.
defendant intended the death.
Let me
If
pull.
that's what you have, I can just add that language.
No, I was looking at different instruction. So in the prior instructions for the jury, what it says is, for second-degree murder or manslaughter, it's not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended death of Brooklyn Sims. In the standard instruction, 3.5A, it's like, most recent version was December of 2023.
Judge, manslaughter intent is not necessary, I believe. I was just thinking of negligent as opposed to gross negligence.
I mean, they don't have manslaughter in the parentheses within that paragraph about the middle of the page. Specifically. I mean, they don't mention manslaughter at all in that instruction that I can see. I'm just going to look at the actual manslaughter instruction again. I mean, it's certainly within 7.7, that exact language, that it's not necessary. And so it certainly makes sense if it's not required for second degree, it wouldn't be required for a lesser offense of that as well.
I think the very nature of manslaughter, Judge, is that there was no intent. So
Right.
I agree.
Okay.
So
All right.
I'll add after second degree or manslaughter.
Okay, let's see. All right.
Judge, I still think that there's no, it doesn't say intent for second degree murder, but principle is a whole different charge. And there has to be intent on the part of the principal that something occur to cause a jury to find somebody guilty. Intent must, I mean, again, I can see second degree murder is almost like a manslaughter. It's lesser than first degree murder, and it's talking about accidentally dangerous, et cetera, no intent. But to be a principal, somebody who allegedly was supposed to, or maybe aids and abets them, was their intention that it happened. You're once removed. So,
But the whole concept of being a principal, and it's outlined in the standard instruction, if the defendant helped another person commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he or she had done all the things the other person did. If the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you know, if the jury believes that Keith Agee intended to kill Brooklyn Sims, then, and that they believe Ms. Agee participated, and,
Sorry, did I hear
and
you?
helped, then, you know, that's good.
Intended, did I hear you read intended? Okay, well, that's. Okay, well, there it is, and in principle, so principle covers the intent. Okay.
Okay, I think we're in agreement.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Anything else on the substantive charges that needs to be addressed?
Not for me.
Okay, I think you were fine with 3.7, because that's the standard instruction. 3.9, we'll have to see tomorrow. And then whether Ms. Agee testifies or not, we'll have to address that tomorrow, because I think previously she did not, so the defendant not testifying instruction was included.
Judge, I don't think we need 3.9B. We didn't introduce any interview of Ms. Agee.
Let me see. Yeah, I don't think that was,
I don't have it.
yeah, it's not on the version I was looking at.
Yes, I did.
I mean, based on what's been presented so far, I agree that that should not be included. And then, let's see. So that's now included in, it's not a separate instruction, it's included in 3.9, Mr. Ackerman, if the defendant testifies. It's like the third paragraph from the bottom. So we'll address that, obviously, depending on what happens, but, okay. Let's see. And then any other instructions the defense is asking for that are not in that packet?
Any additional?
No.
Okay, obviously, 3.10, 3.11, 3.12 are standard instructions, as well as 3.13, submitting the case to the jury. You can approach. Do you need to take that with you so you and Ms. Agee can look over it again tonight?
My office, I thank you, Judge. The office informed me that one is being sent to us, but in all fairness, Mr. Myers did give me a copy of it when I was at his office.
Okay.
As usual, I probably was. Thank you.
Okay. And did you look at the proposed verdict form? I have the copy here.
Yes, fine.
Okay, no objection to that? Okay. And I'll take that.
We always wonder why not guilty is not the first one.
I'm going to use the highest to the lowest as it's, that is what's recommended by the Florida Supreme Court. Okay, anything else that we need to discuss?
Nothing I'm aware of.
Mr. Ackerman, just for timing purposes, if you are going to present 4 to 5 witnesses, I mean, do you think you'll be able to get them in before lunch? we start at 9?
I think that mother and brother shouldn't take 15 minutes each on direct. If Ms. Agee takes the stand, then that could be.
I can understand that may take a little longer.
Yeah. And if the state and I can work something out with Mr. Martinez, he should take, as long as it took him today to read the things.
So what text messages are you referring to? Who are they between from the I mean, the ones that came in from the 5th were not between your client and Keith Agee, they were between Brooklyn and Miss Agee. So
The state entered one text from Brooklyn that basically they were trying to make, at whatever point that she had taken the test and it came back negative for gonorrhea, which is a UTI, so an infection. And so that's the only text that wasn't between Keith and Sheila. All the others I'm talking about are between Keith and Sheila.
on days other than the 11th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those are the ones you sent over last night, yesterday afternoon to the state? Okay. Well, they'll have a chance to look at those this evening, and if y'all can't otherwise work those out, then I'll address that in the morning. Okay, if there's nothing else, then Ms. Agee, so Mr. Ackerman will discuss with you about your decision whether or not you wish to testify, and then I'll go through some questions with you in the morning to make sure you've discussed that decision with your attorney and that it's your decision, and then you can let me know what you wish to do, okay? And did you have any questions about the jury instructions that we went through? Okay. And we'll go through them one more time before they're sent to the jury, depending on what other evidence comes in, okay? All right, then if there's nothing else, we're in recess till 8:45 tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.